Welcome, my friends. Welcome to the outer fringes of reality, where fact meets speculation, where paranoia meets illumination, where madness overlaps the fragile membrane of this. That damn thing started going off in my ear and threw me off, Gary.
I hate it when
my own voice threw me off because I hadn't muted it.
It's the Illuminati.
That really pisses me off. Let's start again.
Let's start again. You did not hear that, everybody.
Gremlins in the system, the ghosts in the machine. All right. Welcome, my friends. Welcome again to the outer fringes of reality, where fact meets speculation, where paranoia meets illumination, where madness overlaps the fragile membrane of sanity. Do not be afraid. Open your eyes and open your minds to that region that lies beyond the realm of the known, that region we call the ExoZone. I am your dummy host, Dr. Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, who forgot to mute my damn son. So I was talking in my own ear, yelling in my own ear, actually. It was very annoying. And with me is my smarter, less dim co-host and aficionado of all things fringe, who doesn't forget to mute himself, the Nerdrotic Channel's Gary Beekler. Gary, are you ready to talk about some weird stuff tonight?
I wake up ready to talk about weird stuff. I eat weirder stuff than most people for breakfast.
Well, I think that's wonderful. That is why you are here in the ExoZone with me.
Yes, we're in the right place.
Yes, we are weird. God damn it. I was like, suddenly I hear, welcome, my friends. I'm like,
I think my first 100 live streams I did that. I would just always forget that the other screen was on, and you got to, because you can't turn the volume down until it starts. So it's not really.
I know. It was, geez. Sigh. Anyway, we are here tonight to talk about the Westall UFO event of 1966, a rarely spoken of sighting that is absolutely spectacular in every single detail. People, this is the Australian Roswell. It is an incredible sequence of events, and I am absolutely thrilled to be able to bring this to you tonight with my partner, Gary of Nerdrotic Channel. So, yes. So you said you've heard of this before, Gary?
I've heard of it, but I only know sparse details. I know, like, the kids drew some pictures of what they saw. I know somewhat of the suppression of the event. Yeah, but I don't know major details of it. This isn't one I know through and through. So I will be very curious to hear this. So,
well, we are going to have a blast, and anytime that you have a question or something, just stop me. This is a dialogue, and I really welcome your fresh perspective on it. I didn't know about this at all before like a week ago, and someone in the chat right here, folks, in the ExoZone chat, sent me a link saying, hey, you should look into this. And I did, and I was absolutely blown away.
Are you saying that you listened to one of your viewers?
I did. I do. That is right. In fact, Gary, you sent out a tweet asking people to send us story ideas and interview suggestions and whatnot. And I did the same on Twitter. So yes, at the end of the broadcast, we will give that out again.
Yeah,
because yes, we are listening out there, folks. We want to believe, and you are helping us to do so.
Absolutely. The best part is talking to you guys in the chat, and you guys really do bring us the weirder stories. Anyway, I mean, we just start the show. That's like it's like open lines with Art Bell. It was,
yes.
I used to hate it, and I learned to love it. Cause I used to I don't know. I just used to not like open lines, and it took me a couple of years to learn to like it, the open forum style. And you would hear the weirder stuff. That's when you would hear the time travelers call in and right. The Antichrist hotline. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
I felt the same way, Gary. I mean, I always wanted to hear the experts and everything else and art, but yeah, you're right. I mean, you would hear the stuff from left field, and a lot of times you would learn some amazing stuff listening to the chat.
Yep.
Of course, our chat, I have to say
now
that
I'm gonna rookie it. That was my phone. Jesus. We're doing great tonight, folks. God
you're just
damn.
trying to make me feel better. Don't give me that shit.
No.
I don't need your pity.
Don't patronize me.
How dare you? How dare you, sir? I have to say, the one thing that we have over Art Bell is our chat. All of our fans, I think our chat is superior to what was on Coast to Coast AM. I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
And so I'm just delighted to be here. And I saw Mira, where did it go? Mira J was saying, I'm in Australia, and even I don't know about it. So this is very obscure, but I'm going to go ahead and launch into this and see what you guys have to say about it. First, I'm going to just go real quick here to the super chats and see what you guys have to say. Some of you have already launched some super chats, so I just want to go ahead and get those banged out real fast. Well, not real fast, but before we start, because I don't like people having to wait too long. So let's see. We've got super chat from Basil, or 5 Canadian super dollars. Basil says, guys, search for X-Files Major Key. That's the official ExoZone theme. Can't stay too long tonight, so I'll get my calamity chicken early. Hail Basil. See, I had a sixth sense, Gary, that somebody was going to have to leave. And so I had to get to that super chat before Basil left.
Man, you're bulimic. You can read minds.
I both binge and purge. No, yes. I don't. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Basil. X-Files Major Key. Interesting. Well, we are looking for an ExoZone file, so we will take that into account. I'm going to whip something up, and we can't use that because it's probably copyrighted, I would imagine.
It probably is. I was actually going to play a little tune on my bass while you were going, but then I'm like, ah, dang it. It'd probably get copyrighted. I wouldn't play it well enough, so maybe it wouldn't. But I was going to just play Black Sabbath's opening. It's a good bass line. It's pretty creepy. It's easy to play. Maybe next time we can try it.
All right, that sounds good. Or maybe next time I'll even have a theme and you can play along or something.
There you go.
A theme that cool. we're not gonna have to pay royalties for. That's the aim anyway.
That is the aim.
Brother Malachi has a 2 super chats here. Thank you, Brother Malachi. He's got a $20 super chat and a $2 super chat. Thank you for both of those, Brother Malachi. And he says, can we have Odin's movie blog here for an ExoZone or regular episode? Don't always agree with him. Apologize to him for last time we had words, but he's in a financial bind right now due to a job loss and could use a push. I'll send out a good shout out to Odin. And sorry to hear that, brother. I hope that things pick up for you. Gary, anything to say to Odin?
I love Odin, and I watched his live stream, and he something unfortunate happened. He's between jobs right now, so I just told him to follow, let the higher power take over. He's a good Christian man, and he'll come out of this. And if Odin needs us to help, I'd be happy to go on his channel for a live stream, and maybe a bunch of us can go on, kind of do what we did for Josiah last Friday. And a bunch of us went on Josiah's channel to kind of whoop up some subscribers and some support. So I'd be happy.
Josiah?
Yeah, Josiah.
I didn't know that. I didn't hear anything about it.
Yeah, well, you were live streaming, or we would have invited you.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's why I didn't hear.
Yeah, but I think if we want to do like a little fundraiser for Odin, like maybe a bunch of us can jump on his channel, and that would probably help him a lot.
Oh, maybe so.
Yeah,
maybe so.
That's really nice of you to say that, though, out there. That's really cool. That's cool beans. Anything I could do to help Odin, that'd be great.
Brother Malachi is a great guy. Also, he tells us that Converse also did a woke commercial. Wonderful. Wonderful. So I guess we can toss out Converse along with our Gillettes and
as
move
long
on.
as Dr. Martin doesn't get woke, I'm good. And then I won't be able to wear anything. So I just wear Dr. Martin's boots.
Dr. Martin's boots. Yes, exactly. The young ones, damn it.
The young ones, yes.
Fucking great stuff. All right, Brother Malachi. So thank you for the warning about the Converse. I will go and check it out. That is that's messed up. I hate that stuff. God,
proper Jeremy just comes in trying to trigger right away with the super chat.
Proper Jeremy, you son of a gun. All right. Before we move on, let's go ahead and get to the crux of the matter, because some of you guys may want to go ahead and chat about this, and I want to get on it. So what happened? Well, on April 6th, 1966, around 11 o'clock in the morning, a student ran into the school where they were, which was Westall High School in Victoria's Clayton South. And he was yelling that there were flying saucers in the sky. Well, of course, they laughed at him, but the teacher, feeling, I guess, in an indulgent mood, plus it was, I guess, pretty close to lunchtime anyway, said, well, let's go have a look. They went outside, and by God, they saw a flying saucer, a classic flying saucer, flying low in the sky. And it was maneuvering, it was hovering, and it was darting about. And it says that the object seemed benign enough. It made its way across the school, disappeared behind a row of pine trees, and landed in a nearby patch of woods. It was, now the thing about this is, it was allegedly hovering in the sky, moving slowly until some aircraft approached it. A number of Cessna planes were reported by some students, although not all students saw them. This was enough of a bizarre event, and the thing was low enough in the sky that everyone got a great look at it. Okay. I mean, this was a prolonged sighting over about like the course of maybe half an hour, seen by hundreds of students and the faculty people in broad daylight. Now, basically what happened is, although one saucer was initially sighted, multiple saucers are alleged to not only have been sighted, but to have landed. One landed in a section of woods that was known as, I'm trying to remember what it was, what this patch of woods was called. I had it down on my notes. I think it was called the Grange. Yes, this was a little patch of woods where the kids would hang out. People would go jogging and stuff. I mean, it was big enough that you could kind of get a little bit lost in the trees, but not so big that it was like a giant forest. And one of the UFOs landed apparently in the woods. And then another student claims that two more landed separately on a section of road beside the school. Now, these saucers, some of the kids were terrified. Other kids were chasing it, trying to see. Some kids ran off into the woods and saw it land there. Some kid saw it land in the woods, saw it then, and then it took off again. Everybody saw it take off because it rose up above the tree line again, and then tilted and darted off into the sky, basically vanished. The students who came close to these craft stated that they were hot. They were hot. Now, the science teacher at the school had a camera. That teacher began snapping pictures like there was no tomorrow. They were taking pictures right and left. And the students were absolutely, I mean, this was a traumatic event. This is an event that the students who saw it, it changed their lives, basically. They never forgot this thing. Shortly, very shortly after the event, when the UFO had departed, news teams fell down, like descended on the school, and cops also showed up. Not only cops, but apparently military personnel. Now, let me just paint this picture. Investigators and the kids who witnessed the account, basically, stated that there was flattened grass afterwards in the area where these things allegedly landed. It was burned, said one girl, although the others didn't quite remember it that way. They said that the grass had been flattened and was in a swirly pattern. One girl, the girls who initially got into the woods and saw the saucer landed, fainted. And another girl ran into the woods after this craft. They lost sight of this girl because she was very fast. She was eager to see it. She came back out of the woods, was taken away in an ambulance, and never returned to the school. What do you think of that?
What happened to her? Did we find out anything later?
No, this is the recollections of the kids. There is a wonderful documentary about this called Westall 66. And these are the grown-up kids that actually were the witnesses. So there's like tons of witnesses to this event still alive, talking firsthand. So now most of the teachers are dead at this point or could not be located. I think there's one that was still alive that would not talk on the record, but was willing to talk to the documentarian in private, but would not go on the record. Now, so these students are basically piecemeal confirming each other's stories and presenting a picture of the chaos that happened subsequent to this sighting. The news and the cops showed up, and the cops started interfering in the newscasts. Okay. Meanwhile, one student who was basically serving like a hall monitor kind of thing. After the event, they brought all the kids back in. They sent them to their classes. He was walking down the halls like he's supposed to, and he witnessed that chemistry teacher who was taking the photos being basically browbeaten by the principal and a military man into giving them her camera, not the film, the entire camera. They forced her to give up her camera. The teachers were gathered and told that they were to tell the kids that it was a weather balloon, and they were not to encourage discussion about it. And the kids were told not to talk to anyone. And those that did were subsequently punished. So all of those photos were taken by the kid says initially he thought that it looked like a police uniform, but then he subsequently realized that it was not a police uniform. It was not a kind of uniform like he'd seen before. And so he's saying it was basically military, which is confirmed by other students who witnessed this account. Now, let me see what's basically, there was a man named Paul Smith who was still alive. At the time, he was a gardener, and he was working in a shop next door to the Grange, adjacent to that patch of woods that he was talking about. And he saw this craft as well. So it was not only the students who saw it and the teachers who were gone, but there was actually somebody interviewed for this documentary that was a witness to the event who was not a student. He said when he saw it, it was so unreal to him. It seemed to him like maybe it gave him the impression of being like a projected piece of film in the sky. His boss at the nursery also saw it. And then he saw that the kids who were in the process of witnessing the event, they ran up to the boundaries of the private property, kind of chasing after it as it was moving across the sky. And essentially they kind of hesitated and then just said, to hell with it, and ran across their property in pursuit of this thing. 20 minutes later, this guy says that army trucks showed up. He said that they were, he described them as khaki colored trucks with kind of camo patterns and Jeeps. About 20 men dressed like that in uniforms. So the question is, where did these men come from? What was going on with this? They've tried to analyze where these personnel might have come from and what they were doing. Now, the closest Air Force base apparently to that location was Broadmeadows. And it was close, but not close enough that within 20 minutes of this thing happening, they could have mustered that kind of force and gotten there at that time. So either they had some warning or they had seen it before. It's really hard to say, but they descended en masse on this school. And military experts in this documentary were interviewed, and they were saying, well, at the time, these first responders would most likely have been civilian military personnel like contractors and so on, because there was no real military presence in Melbourne to their knowledge. Okay. However, these kids also saw uniformed men, I guess it was these men, in the Grange afterwards. And they were watching from a nearby farmer's field. They were hiding in the trees and they were watching these men in this field. And the men were allegedly, what the kids said is they were using some kind of detector-like thing. They said he thought it was a metal detector, although it may have been some kind of radiation detector. And these guys were moving through the grounds, searching for something. The grass was kind of tall, so they couldn't actually see their feet. They couldn't see what they were looking for, what they were looking at, especially from the distance they were at. But they can say, and this is really interesting, Gary, these guys started kicking at the grass and the ground at one point.
Kicking? Why kicking?
Why were they kicking at the grass and the ground? That's a good question, sir. Well, when these military men left, the kids crept out to that area and they saw a swirly pattern in the grass.
Here,
kind of like a mini crop circle.
Picture. Yeah, I was just sharing the picture and it didn't pop up. That's kind of weird, but I've got here. Let me get it back up here again. Oh, I just had it. There it is.
And oh, you're putting it up on the...
I'm putting it up. All this technology. Yeah, here we go.
Uh-huh.
And there it is. So
essentially that is that kind of thing. Is that actually like a photo or is that like a similar thing to it?
That is that is supposedly like one of the only photos from this incident. There's no
good research. Sir. Yeah. Good research.
And it's got the swirly pattern in it. And there's another picture of a guy like sitting in the middle of it. And there's a later picture. I don't know if it's supposed to be like of it now. And there's still a mark, but I can't verify that. So I wasn't going to post it. It could be just somebody going at some circle in the ground and saying, hey, this is from the UFO, but this is supposedly from the incident. And how interesting that it's like a crop circle, that it's like it's spiraled and that's really like Well, okay. So real quick, the whole theory of UFOs and the reason they spin has something to do with the anti-gravity, and they spin while they fly. So maybe that has something to do why it's spiraled. I have no idea. It's just the thought.
Yeah, I mean it's a fascinating thing, Gary. There are so many layers to this thing. There's way more to this story. Okay, there's way more to this story,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm just kind of giving the broad strokes of what happened there. But one of the kids was named Kevin Harley, and he apparently saw the circles at the Grange. Okay, immediately after the incident, I mean, the kids were running through the woods and everything before the military showed up and everything. So the next day, he went back to look at them again, and he was stopped by military personnel who had thrown up a cordon around the area. He reports that there were vehicles there, and he turned back. He was a teenager and they were, soldiers. So he obeyed and turned back. A week later, he went back to see if he could get another look. And lo and behold, all the grass had been cut.
Wow.
But not only that. So old Kevin, he goes deeper into the Grange to see if he can actually find the exact spot. That area had been burned. They had burned that evidence.
Wow. Why? That's crazy. I guess I understand why. Because they have a lot of witnesses to deal with, and they're going to have to do a lot of disinformation here. And this is all this gets into the deep question of, why don't they tell us anyway? And there's probably a lot of very good answers for that, but I'm sure you have more to tell us.
Oh, there's more to tell us. And actually, since you are very adept at showing your, screen and everything, I'm going to send you a couple of photos.
All right.
And if you would be so kind, I would like you at the right moment to display these bad boys.
You got it.
Because I think we've got a look at the saucer.
Oh, really? That? Okay. Wow.
Yes, I think we've got a look at the saucer, and so let me send these to you. And I hope you guys are enjoying this because my mind is blown. Especially what's coming up here is pretty damn amazing, guys. I think that you are going to enjoy this. All right. I'm attaching these photos and sending them. I'm sorry I wasn't able to do it earlier. Earlier this evening, I had a Doomcock roundtable with my guys, and it ended not too long before we started the ExoZone. So I apologize for that, but I'm loading those up now. All right. So, guys, 4 days before this incident happened, okay, there were photos. Well, there was a photo of this craft that I'm sending to Gary right now, snapped by a man in Melbourne from his backyard. Gary, did you get those?
Did you send them on Twitter or email?
Oh, no, I sent it on your email. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I got it. I'm looking right now.
So these photos were taken 4 days before it from his backyard in Melbourne, and the section of woods in the school where we're talking about, it's said to be in Westall in Victoria's Clayton South, but really Westall is the unofficial nickname of Clayton South. It's a little suburb about 13 miles outside of Melbourne city center. So essentially there was some weirdness sucking around in that area days before this sighting.
There they are.
So one of them is a close-up that's been rotated, and the other, it's the same photo, but
yeah. So that's how he shot it raw, and it was on its side or something like that.
Yeah, it was on its side. Yeah.
There you go. So we're seeing. I'm going back and forth here. Damn. And you can see the reflection on it and everything.
Yep. 4 days before, this was actually published in the newspaper. Okay. So that may damn well be very much what they saw. I mean, 4 days before, these things were hanging around, and the coincidence deepens, people. There's more to this story. This is weird. Get ready, buckle up, because we're going deep into the exozone on this. 2 days before this sighting, a sighting occurred at night on the road, deep in the woods in that region. Ron Sullivan was driving late at night down this road, past a bunch of woods, and he says that suddenly there was a huge bright light in the woods. Now, the weird thing, he looked at it and it was a craft. It was not the kind of craft that's being described here. It was more like a triangle turned on its point. It was enormous. It was extremely bright. And the thing that he kind of panicked because, get this, Gary, he says that this object that was beaming light seemed to actually warp the beams of his headlight towards it.
What?
It warped the beams of his headlight towards the source of that light. It warped the light. Now, this was very disconcerting and very alarming to him because, I mean, he's driving down the road and suddenly his headlights bend and he can't see the road in front of him. And so he basically is trying to pull away from this thing because, I mean, it alarmed the hell out of him. And he almost collided with this tree at that point. This one tree that kind of loomed because, you know, he's jerking the wheel. He almost collides with a tree. He's able to hit the brakes, back up, and tear ass out of there. Okay. He's able to. But get this, Gary. Then he heard that another guy, he read this in the paper, another guy had collided with that very tree 2 days earlier and died.
What?
He had collided with that very tree 2 days earlier and he died. Now, of course, he couldn't say why he crashed into that tree. But if that thing was sucking around there and it was in the same region and he saw the same thing and did the same exact reaction and wasn't able to avoid that tree, that's interesting.
What would make light bend?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ. Well, you know, they did oh my God, they were talking about that in that Area 51 documentary, that the element 151 test made light bend.
Really?
Yeah. So that's interesting.
That is really I've never heard that. See, that is why Gary and Doomcock on the ExoZone are two great tastes that taste great together, because here he has about that element bending light, which confirms what I was saying here in this report, and I didn't know that fact. See?
Yeah. We're like a peanut butter cup of
exactly
paranormal.
A peanut butter cup of the paranormal.
There we go.
So get this though, Gary.
There's more.
He hadn't reported this incident. Mr. Sullivan had not reported this incident because, you know, who would believe him?
Yeah.
But reading about that fatality, he went ahead and contacted the authorities and relayed his story. The Air Force came out to his house and they inspected his car. And then they left and never came out again. But why is the Air Force coming out and inspecting this guy's car on this story if there was nothing to it? Why did the news turn out so fast when this sighting was happening? Why did the military turn out so quickly? And who were they? Okay. As I said before, one military expert was saying that it probably was, you know, contractors and civilian contractors working at a nearby base or something. However, from the descriptions of the kids who were observing in the field of the kind of uniforms that they were wearing, another military expert was concluding that Australian forces didn't wear that kind of garb in that period, but U.S. forces did. And the U.S. was in Australia at the time because this is 1966. So it was part of, Cold War stuff, part of like, that kind of military liaison stuff. They had a lot of contracting work from the U.S. government. Okay. That is weird. That is weird.
All of this is weird. Well, especially what year was this again? 66?
1966.
So how would they be aware? I mean, how would they even be aware of this stuff so quickly? Yeah, we had radar, sure. So maybe it was on radar, but I don't get it. That's bizarre. That's truly bizarre. And the fact, well, I don't want to get ahead of it. I know what they we'll wait for that to come, but what they explained it as.
Oh, yes.
But by the way, I'm stuck on the screen. You got to go down and click on yourself. I'm
sorry.
No, it's me. They don't want to be staring at my glasses the whole time. They need to see your beautiful mask.
Oh, so not present. Yeah, stop presenting. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
Yeah. Doomcock, his mind is racing, and he's
this is crazy.
Clumsy.
This is like I said, I heard this story in passing. I had no idea how deep it went, as usual. And there's always way more. And I have a lot of questions when you're done. I have tons.
Absolutely. That's great. And I'm sure the chat does. And I'm sure the super chats are piling up, and we will get to it, guys. Rest assured we will. But I want to go ahead and kind of pursue this to its end. So a teacher named Andrew Greenwood was threatened directly by government agents. Andrew Greenwood was the only teacher who was not willing to play ball initially. They went to his house. They said they'd jail him for violating the Official Secrets Act. They would smear him as an alcoholic. They would get him fired. And he was intimidated into silence. Now, this investigator who made this documentary, and when all this is done, I'll put the link to the documentary in the chat, in the video description, because it is absolutely outstanding. He tracked down, he said, okay, I want to get verification if I can. I want to get the news stories if they're around. So he went, first of all, to the local television station and asked them, do you have any of the footage that you shot for the newscast about this incident? They went to their files, they checked it out, and indeed they found an index card with the date and the tape number, the film reel. I mean, it was film at that time, and it was still on film reels in a vast collection at the television station. They gave him the number and allowed him to search for it. He went in there, he found the reel, he found that film can, he pulled it down, opened it up, and the film was gone.
Oh, of course.
The film was gone. So he went to the newspaper, and fortunately, they still had their articles that they had published on it. And it's just so funny that there would be so much interest, so much intimidation, so much covering up, a camera stolen. 4 days before, they snapped that picture of that UFO in the backyard of that Melbourne native. And the 2 days before that, there was a sighting at night on the road with Ron Sullivan seeing his headlights being bent by this incredibly brightly illuminated object.
That's crazy.
It is absolutely insane, Gary. It is absolutely insane.
So the chat was saying that gravity can bend light, which it can, and that's probably what it was. But the amount of gravity that something would have to be producing to bend a specific light, I mean, a headlight, And it must be any light that was coming from his car. Even it was 66, so they probably didn't have like the marker lights on. But yeah, that's I would just the visuals of that would be crazy.
That would be freaky. And I mean, it's hypothesized. One of the many hypotheses for how these craft allegedly propel themselves is that they generate their own gravity fields and essentially fall towards whatever random points of gravity at whatever strength
Yep.
that they set.
A loquacious primate says the source of the gravity would have to be on the order of a star. It would, yes, but apparently with the element 151 and whatever source they use, it does it, and that's how they get around so fast without squashing themselves inside of this the saucer. But I mean, I think it's pretty much old hat now that the Greys, let's say the Greys were piloting this one. They're drones, so we're not even seeing the people who made these flying saucers or the aliens. So yeah, but I don't expect to get my head around it because I am just a dumb monkey on planet Earth. So with a microphone.
Well, at least you generally know how to mute your feed. So who's the monkey now?
Well, yeah.
Who's the monkey now, monkey boy?
Yeah.
I think it's Doomcock. But this is an absolutely incredible story. Now, in the Herald Sun on August 5th, 2014, lo and behold, they published an article entitled Westall UFO Incident Was Actually Government Radiation Testing, Reports Reveal. An almost 50-year-old mystery, when more than 200 people believed they had had a close encounter with a UFO landing in Clayton, may have finally been solved after newly unearthed government documents revealed a secret radiation testing program. It sounds good, but guess what, guys? They say it's a weather balloon. Yes, my friends. It was a weather balloon, they're trying to say, that went across the sky, hovered, landed, took off, and then bolted away into the blue. Right. Just like they tried to say around the same time, I think, actually, Gary, I think around the same time. Remember when they released that report and the truth about Roswell?
Oh, yeah.
Those were crash test dummies, and it was a weather balloon, or it was a
weather balloon, and then it was the crash test guys. Which that day, and they did that right around the 50th anniversary of Roswell. Was it 40 or 50?
Yeah,
50.
something like that.
It was right then, and they planned that right around the 50th anniversary of Roswell, which that was the day I became convinced, 100% convinced. I'm like, why would they change their original story? Why would they change it because the aliens were there, so they had to have a cover up for them too, because they had actually found aliens. I've been there. I've been to the crash site.
Wow.
Yeah, it's weird being there. I mean, believe me, I looked. There's nothing there. I was like, maybe they forgot an alien screw somewhere. There's a bolt. But there isn't. And yeah, if you're really into that stuff, it's on private property, and you gotta, you can go there. There's ways to get there. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And it makes it real. But as far as this thing is concerned, the questions you asked, how did the military get there so damn fast? How did they know? How did they know how many people watched it, looked at it? And we haven't gotten to the part where I've got to see this movie now. I've got to hear from these kids, and do any of them have cancer? Do any of them have lasting effects? I sent you. I doubt you had time to listen to it. Because I listened to Barney Hill's his recording. He was hypnotized in his recording. I have never heard that. Holy crap!
Really?
You guys got to hear that. Oh my God, the Barney and Benny Hill case. And then we're not going to get into it tonight, but maybe some other time, because I didn't know there was. I guess I feel like an idiot. I was watching Richard Dolan, and he said, "Yeah, there's recordings everywhere on YouTube of when he was under hypnosis of what happened." And I never heard it, and I listened to it, and man,
Oh man,
that is
that'll be great.
creepy as hell. So after you listen to us, I highly recommend that.
Maybe
But
we
yeah,
will cover that next time, Gary.
yeah, the Benny Hill case is one of the most famous, and I found something I didn't know. One thing I wanted to bring up real quick that's kind of off subject. I was watching Richard Dolan, and this happened to us. So when we were doing Area 51 on the ExoZone, as I do, I go back and listen to our podcast the next day just to see like where I screwed up and see how I can get better. And on the bottom of it, I noticed there was a wiki article like pinned to the bottom of our video. And I'm like, what the hell? I didn't pin this. How do I get rid of it? And it was YouTube. YouTube put the Wikipedia article like it's some kind of authoritative source of Area 51 because we were talking about Area 51. So they did that to Richard Dolan today. I even snapped a picture of it just to show you what YouTube is doing. And you need to be aware of this crap because YouTube, I mean, like they change algorithms for Brie Larson, and they do crap like this. Here, I gotta crop the photo a little real quick, but
astonishing.
You're gonna see handsome Richard Dolan here. Okay, that's up. Give me just a second, folks. Bear with me. And here it comes. And yeah, so if you can see on the bottom, can you guys see it? Hang on. I don't know if you can see the bottom part of it.
Yes, I see the Wikipedia thing. I will present to everyone what you are laying down.
Yeah. Look what they're doing. Like Wikipedia is an authoritative source. I mean, like Webster, I mean, like do something. Encyclopedia Americana, I would accept, but I mean, and he's talking about alien abductions there, and they're like alien abduction. It basically says alien abductions are a psychosis, and
right,
yeah, which is bunk as hell.
Well, it's certainly up for debate, but I would never conclude any more than it's absolutely authoritatively real. Then, I wouldn't also assert that it's absolutely authoritatively bunk. I mean, isn't this an inquiry? Isn't this like meant to be a finding of fact? Because I'm very fact-based. I am not. I mean, the reason that this is so exciting is, look, people, hundreds of witnesses to this happened.
Yeah.
With the corroborating evidence of the 4-day prior incident that was published in the newspaper of a silvery craft in the sky. And then this other thing with the crash and the story. This is not a weather balloon.
No.
This is not a weather balloon. That is crap.
So, the other question I have is, because I'm convinced. Okay, so I'm convinced something happened. What the hell were the aliens doing? Like, what brings them down here? Like, okay, there's a school. Let's freak out a bunch of kids. Like, what were they doing whatever the name of the woods were, and what were they doing in the bush in Australia? The Grange. Where they just go, hey, Bruce, you want to go down here and go to Australia and freak out a bunch of kids at a school? Sounds fun, Bruce. Let's go.
Those guys are funny. Watch their reaction. It's going to be great.
Watch it.
Oh my God. It's something. It's something, folks. So I present this to you as, submitted for your approval. Research it for yourself. But I tell you, this is one of the best UFO cases I've ever heard of. And I've been reading this stuff since I was a kid, and I never heard of this before. So, I am incredibly impressed by this stuff. I think it's amazing. And lo and behold, it is absolutely predictable that they are trying to say that all these people and all this hullabaloo and the flattened grass, and all of it was a weather balloon.
A weather
including
balloon?
the fact that it took off again and zipped away. It didn't just drift. Look, people are not stupid. You know, a balloon, it looks like a balloon. They have a picture of it in this article, and it looks like a damn balloon. It's obviously a balloon. It's not a saucer. It's not a disc.
Nah.
And there's even one guy that drew a very good picture of it in the documentary. And he said it was seamless. It had no rivets, no panels. It was just a clean, sleek piece of metal. Exactly like what we see in that picture.
It was a weather balloon studying swamp gas. That looked like Jupiter.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, dude. I think you are absolutely right. So what is the chat saying about this? What do you guys think? It is flying. We have 492 people listening right now.
Awesome.
So, man, it is absolutely flying by. Loki Heimdaller says physics is dumb. Oh dear.
When it's done by us self-evolved simians, yes, sometimes it is.
Yes, I think
they have to rework it every once in a while, right? I mean, don't they have to? They find something out and they're all, God damn, we got to go back to square one. And they do, and they fill up their whiteboards with stuff I don't understand.
And we got a lot of God bless them, a lot of geeks in here.
Yes.
Of which Gary and I are both geeks. And so Random Nerd of Doom is saying, hey, Doomcock, could an alien like Superman exist in real life and would protect humankind from evil? Also, would aliens read any of our superhero comics to understand our culture? Well, that will come to the second part of our broadcast tonight, where I reveal my theory of why aliens have not invaded the Earth. I had teased that last week. It was not empty bluster. It is actually a thought that I've had. And I'm going to share that later. But right now, let us go to our chats here. Our super chats have been piling up, and I want to go ahead and hit these for you guys who have been so patient. Thank you for waiting while I go ahead and blather on. We've got a Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. And he says, whole lot of underground pipe in backcountry Arizona. Funny, though, this pipe requires vents.
Huh.
Do you know anything about that, Gary?
I don't know about Arizona, but I know about under the Denver airport, and that required vents too. Interesting.
So do you think that those are like underground bases?
I fully believe that we have been digging for. I think that's the source of a lot of the weird noises and rumblings we're getting. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if the government is secretly digging out tunneling for us, just in case, like the sweet meteor of death, if the SMOD comes down, and the elites will be able to escape in these tunnels. And hey, it's happened before. It happened in ancient times. Go look up Turkey. Go look up all the tunneling they did through solid rock that could hold 27 to 30,000 people, including cattle. And there was a whole city underground. It's there. There are tourists go in it. It's and their explanation is they dug that out to hide from barbarians.
Oh man.
No, it takes a lot more fear to dig out like multiple levels, basically a condominium complex in solid rock.
You don't want to use your shovels to run away from the barbarians digging through rock. You want to hit the barbarians with the shovel.
With the shovel, exactly.
Jesus. Oh my.
Like, well, that's the barbarians giving a warning. It's like, we'll be there in 6 months. Dig your condominium underground. We'll be right there. Yeah.
They really telegraph it, I guess.
It must.
That is nuts. But what you're saying about the Denver airport, let me tell you something. At one point, Obama was flown to the Denver airport, and it looked like there was going to be a continuity of government thing invoked at that point, because apparently we were almost hit by a massive asteroid. something happened. He was flown there very quickly. So what is underneath the Denver airport is a continuity of government facility deep down there in the event of some kind of, nuclear war or asteroid collision, some kind of big Holocaust type event. That is what that is basically. And there's a lot of those around the country.
That asteroid you were talking about, they were talking about it on Coast to Coast. And I remember this because that's when I came to terms with the fact that if one's coming, they will not tell us. We will not know till it's too late. So that's why I believe, I think, well, it makes tons of sense. And that would probably explain the trillions of dollars missing too. So,
and the years of overage and the budget overage of, completing the Denver airport, where there's all sorts of stuff down there that has no explanation why they'd need that. You don't need a baggage system that big down there. It's a huge facility. Really, no kidding.
It's giant. And I got sick as a dog at that airport. It might have been altitude sickness, but I don't think so. I landed on a plane and I just started heaving. I was on my way to Minnesota, and I was on a layover, and I got out of the plane and just everywhere.
Holy crap!
Yeah, couldn't wait to get out of there.
I went there and had no ill effects at all. Yeah. I guess it's my helm. I don't know.
Obviously. I mean, you could.
I wore a human mask over my helm, so I could.
Was it real human skin?
No comment. It was like in, Mission Impossible, right?
Gotcha.
Like Tom Cruise, like that. But I did look like I had an enormous head because, the helm's already big. You put a human head on it. It's like I looked like some kind of anime cartoon character. I looked like fucking Elmer Fudd, basically.
I kind of imagine you looking like the lead singer of Ghost for a couple of his tours, dressed up as like some old Satan worshiping Italian guy or something like that, because he never shows his face. So usually he's like a satanic pope. But one year he went out and he's like a bald guy in his 60s. You have to know the band, but that's how I imagine you look when you go out in public with your fake skin mask. The fans of Ghost will know what I'm talking about.
Like a evil barber, right?
Yeah,
I'm the barber of Hell.
I like that.
Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9. Marcus Jose with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Marcus. And he says, Gary, Dictor, Hale, and Scott Bakula. Yes. Earlier in the Doomcock Roundtable, we were talking about how beloved Scott Bakula was and how much we loved Quantum Leap. So that's what that was hearkening back to.
Oh,
thank you, Marcus. I agree. I love Scott Bakula in Quantum Leap very, very much. He was fantastic. That's a neglected show these days. Not a lot of fandom for it, and it deserves it. I think it was great.
It had a huge following.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Creepy Little Book is here. I've mentioned Creepy Little Book to you, Gary. I think at some point we might want to get together with them and talk about what's going on in Antarctica, because he's got a whole bunch of videos about that. And he knows a lot about it. So that might be kind of a fun one someday.
I'd love to hear his theories of what's going on down there, because I hear tons of them and I want to believe all of them, but there's got to be something going on down there. The creepiest thing about Antarctica, I'd love to hear him, is that the ice might not be that old. It's actually pretty new, and it's part of crustal displacement, which I've been looking into, which is creepy as hell.
Oh dear. Oh,
that's one where you just, like, when you wake up in the morning, just enjoy your life every day, because you never know when the crust might move on the planet.
That's right. Or the magnetic field might reverse, or an asteroid might hit.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they're not going to tell us if an asteroid is heading.
Yeah,
I don't want to know. I'd rather enjoy my last day. What am I going to do?
Well, that's when they need to let you just take over at that point, because you could develop technology that could move it.
That's right. I would deploy that only if I was in charge. Otherwise, I'm going to let Harvey out, and he'll take care of it, and then he'll take care of us.
Yeah. Oh, you want to get extra creeped out? Secure Team put a video out on this, and they just ran a test if they actually nuked a asteroid, what would happen? And it is real bad news, folks. The thing goes into 1 million billion pieces, and it goes back together.
Wow.
It spreads out, and then, but it's from its own gravity, it goes right back, and then it just turns into a ball of 1,000,000,000,000 pieces of rock. And
Only
still
now, kids, they're radioactive.
yes, I was like, oh, you just can't win. I mean, that's the natural order of things. So there's painting asteroids to get, but you'd have to get them like way in advance, and then the heat from the sun would move them, and stuff like that. They'd have to like move them. You can't destroy them though. That would just be bad.
Yeah.
You heard my dogs? Yeah, the nerdrotic dogs are they're being noisy tonight. I'm sorry.
They're nervous about the prospect of the asteroid.
They are.
Speaking of which, guys, I think it was in December that they detected, and it's not been talked about because it happened over the Baltic Sea, but they detected an explosion over the Baltic Sea, approximately 160 kilotons. 160 kiloton explosion over the Baltic Sea this last December.
Holy
and
shit.
This happened a few months after that impact on the moon that we heard about. And there was a further explosion over Russia, which we also heard about. I think I can't remember exactly the date on that, but NASA confirmed it, that it was it was a 160 kiloton explosion over the Baltic Sea.
Yeah. I've future ExoZone for like a month from now or something like that. We can talk about the oh man, I'm blanking on their name now. So a lot of meteor strikes happen in Russia for some reason, happen in Siberia. Just maybe that's where the planet is at the time or something like that, but they get tons of them. So there's this old there's an old wives' tale, we'll say, that there's these giant cauldrons that are laser beams that shoot down. They're ancient technology that shoots down asteroids.
You mean like on the Paradise Syndrome on Star Trek?
Yeah. And it's at Tunguska, and there's an old legend of some old miners found them, and they're just like these metallic structures that are underground. And the last one that I'm forgetting the name of, the one from 2013, 2012 that blew up over that town over in Russia. And that one was just the size of a VW van. It wasn't very big. There is video of something going through it.
Really?
Yes. Now it's probably just a piece of the asteroid and some artifact in the video, but if I can find it before the end of the night when we're in the second half of the show, I'll show it to you.
Awesome.
Because I remember at the time I was watching, I was hooked on that when that happened. Yeah. So,
well, we've got a lot of material to cover in the future, so yes. ExoZone will be around for a while. But to all the Star Trek fans out there, I want to say, "Hey, I'm Kirok." Also, Miramani, and finally, Mary Ashmead. Thank you, Mary Ashmead, for all the good work that you are doing as the wrench wench for the ExoZone tonight. Hail Mary Ashmead. Everybody give Mary Ashmead some applause and some love. She does a lot of work for us, and we really, really appreciate it. Anyway, Creepy Little Book has sent us a $2 super chat. Thank you, Creepy Little Book. He says, hail Gary and Doomcock. Hail Creepy Little Book. Hopefully we will be in touch, because I'd really like to do that show. I think it would be great. We've got Lori Roberts, my Legionnaire and Harvey aficionado. And she's got a $5 super chat here. Thank you, Lori. She says, just left Doomcock's party in the lair. What a great bunch of smart folks. Hail Harvey.
Hail Lori. Hail to Lori Roberts. Hail to all the chatters out there. I don't know why you are so concerned with UFOs and, cryptozoology and all that kind of crap. I'm an authentic alien presence on Earth. I'm proof of this, weirdness in the universe. So, stop looking. I'm here.
Thanks, Harvey. That's very helpful. Thank you, Lori Roberts. Appreciate you being a Legionnaire and helping us out in the chat here. And I hope you're enjoying yourself tonight. Nicholas Glenn. Hail Nicholas Glenn with a $4.99 super chat. Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. He says, looking forward to this show. You guys have great content. Keep up the good work. Gary, an update on those comics? LOL.
Yes, you'll probably get them when I get back from my vacation. So I'll shoot you an email tonight.
The old vacation gambit, eh?
Yeah, I've got a gazillion things to do in the next week. And plus put out videos because I'm going to be gone for a week. So you're all going to forget about me. The algorithm's going to trash my channel. It's all over basically.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Mr. Big Shot.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, it's all right. Thank you, Nicholas Glenn. Thank you, sir. I'm really glad that you think we have great content and we have a blast doing this stuff and we learn new things all the time. It is absolutely mind-blowing.
Yep.
I'm just, man, this knocked my socks off. Thank you, Nicholas. Brian Fontenot with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Brian. And he says, search for a new express.co.uk story, Life on Mars, growing fungi spotted in Mars Curiosity rover photos, shock claim. Well, Brian Fontenot, I am not shocked at all because I've seen for myself these photos of fungi growing on the Mars Curiosity rover. Have you seen that, Gary?
I have not.
Yes, this is absolutely true, guys. I've seen it. I don't know that this didn't get wider publicity, but look, there's something that is eating the treads of the rover. The rubber parts and the kind of they're corroding the metal. They're eating the stuff. And there was like a photo that showed the underside of the carriage that it took, and you see all this stuff. And unless it's just splattered up there, it looks very much like fungus growing on the Mars rover. Apparently, the Mars rover is tasty. I kid you not. If you see any of those, Gary, and you wanna throw them up there,
yeah, I'm trying not to. God dang, some of these.
That's okay. I mean, I just
no. I wanted to, some of the websites you pull up, like express.co.uk, have so many ads. I know I need an ad blocker. But that's weird. Now, isn't Mars like didn't I hear like the whole it's rusting? Like that's why it's I mean, and that's not fungi, but
well, no, but there's other parts of it that are being eaten away.
Let me check it out.
And why would it be rusting? Doesn't water cause rust?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
that's why I heard that when I was like a kid, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, okay. All right. No. No, this was very weird, and I saw it. I think I may have seen it in a documentary, or I don't think it was Secure Team, but it might have been. I mean, this was months ago, actually. So the express.co.uk has picked up on the story, and good for them. I'm glad, but I'm telling you, it was very convincing that there is stuff growing on the Mars rover. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but I believe it. I've seen it with my own eyes, and it was very, very bizarre.
It's on the treads of it.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And my recollection could be faulty. I mean, it's been months, and I have not seen it again. I've not seen it since.
Fungi. It's on the rover, right? Curiosity.
Yeah.
Rover. Okay.
Yeah. While you're looking for that, thank you, Brian Fontenot, for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it, and appreciate that lead. Hopefully we can pull up something for you in just a minute. But meanwhile, Kilroy was here. Kilroy is here, and Kilroy will be here.
There it is.
Again. You found it.
I got it. Here we go. Okay, this could be okay. It could be fungi. It could be just the thing has been going for a long time, going over a lot of rocks. But here we go. Is that the picture you saw?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, it was, I'm presenting you to everyone here. It was kind of raw. Well, yeah, yeah. Look at that. Look at that one. Contamination and damage. They're saying holes in it. But
Yeah,
there
right
was
there.
something
Yeah,
where there was like whitish colonies.
yeah. There you can see it right here. There's white stuff. There's white specks on it. That's
But
weird.
particularly, it was underneath. It was like in a shadowed part, like they had gotten an angle, and it was kind of underneath the treads, and it looked like it was really proliferating there in the shadows. But isn't that peculiar? It doesn't seem to be eating anything else. It seems to be eating the treads. Look at that.
That's weird.
I mean, they're not going to send the Mars rover up there with, shitty, cheap treads that are just going to disintegrate very quickly. I don't know.
No, they're not. And look, I'm looking on that. See that wire right there next to the there's a couple little white specks on that too. I don't know if they're supposed to be there. And there's little white, right? I don't know if you can see can you see my cursor? Oh, you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we see it.
So right here, there's a little white stuff right there. There's a white dot right there. There's a little white dot
damn
right
it.
there. There's white stuff right here.
I remember seeing some other pictures that were better. So, I'm sorry I don't have a better location where they are or anything, but it was pretty dramatic. It was it looked like clusters of stuff growing. I think it was shot maybe it was shot like an angle through one of the big holes, and you could see inside the tread. And it looked like there was basically colonies of stuff growing in there. To me. And that's what it was alleged in the video that I saw, essentially. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that.
That's it. Yeah.
That's what I saw right there. Right there.
Look at that. That straight up looks like mold and stuff. Yep.
Looks like creeping crud from Mars.
Looks like some STD.
Very interesting. Yeah, that's weird. No, I don't know. Maybe there's sticky stuff in the soil.
There
I don't know.
Okay, right there. Okay, so there's a better picture on the outside. Look, or enhance right here on the right, on the upper right.
Yeah,
inside right there. What the hell is that? Okay, it's either like ice, which is water,
right,
or...
which would prove that there was way more water on Mars than we thought.
Oh, they think they found some lake or something underneath. Was it? There's a big ice patch inside one of the craters towards the pole, one of the poles. I know they said they found that. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of weird. God, who was Mike Barra was showing some pretty strange pictures the other day on Mars. That stuff, man, I'm with you on that one. Once I see new pictures, weird pictures of Mars, I'm lost on the internet for hours.
Oh yeah, and actually, if you go up on that page that you were on, I think it had a shot of that alleged like weird shape that looks very suspiciously like a giant spider.
Oh yeah, yeah. You want to see that? That's who we can.
That thing is.
Why am I looking at myself? Cool. I don't want to do that. Hi. God damn it.
Sorry, man.
Boomer. Here we go. We want to look at this one, and then we want to go over here. And where?
Yeah, it was up there. I saw it.
There it is.
Yeah, look at that. Curiosity rover photography. Life on Mars? Question mark.
Fungi starfish. Rory discovers fungi starfish on Mars. Curiosity. Yeah, that thing is that's weird.
That's a very weird thing in the photo, and that's actually the photo. Okay, so that I guess that's like a simulation of what it might actually look like, in 3D or something like enhanced there. But that looks like a damn thing clinging into the shadows of the cliff. I think that
can't be a rock. I mean, it can't. That's not a rock.
No
rock would look
with
like
those
that.
Weird tendrils. Let me tell you this: the test of this is, okay, I can't prove that is like a giant spider from Mars, as Iggy, David Bowie like sang about. But the real question is, if you saw that, would you run? Are you so sure that it's like, oh, it's a rock feature or it's, fungi or something? You wouldn't want to get the hell out of there as fast as possible? I would. I don't want that damn thing anywhere near me. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it.
So there is fungi starfish. They exist. Oh crap. Okay, I'm going to show you. Okay, here's a picture of one in nature. It's in Australia. Here, I'm going to share it with you now, guys. Because we're here to educate. Possibly, we're stating nothing is fact.
That's right.
Nothing
we don't present any of this as fact, but look at the damn thing. I mean, I don't know what it is. Oh, geez. Oh, that's creepy. Well, but it's also life.
Yep.
And so, I mean, that doesn't look like a rock formation to me. So it may not be a spider. It may be this starfish fungus of some kind. But on Mars? Really? So, yeah. I'm suspicious.
I think it's all coming together, Gary.
I totally agree. Something really bad happened to Mars, and it could happen to us. You never know.
Yeah. Well, let's hope not. But
let's hope not.
Anyway, thank you. Kilroy was here for this $5 super chat, and he says, "Thank you for a great roundtable, my liege." To Gary, I don't know if Doomcock thanked you for me yet or not, but thank you for getting me to watch The Expanse. Yes, he was saying that we both jointly got him to watch The Expanse, Gary.
That is good. The Expanse is good. And there still is a lot of good out there, folks. We did SJWs kill Mars? Yes, they did, random nerd of doom. It was the SJWs that took down Mars. Sorry, I just saw that go over the chat. No, there's a lot of good out there, and The Expanse is good. We have a new book coming out day after tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, there's a new Expanse book. But it looks like season 4 is not going to be until like late this year. So
interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'm going to wait to read the books, but I'm so glad that they're basically putting out 9 of these things. It's going to have plenty of material if Amazon continues to make The Expanse, and I pray to God they will.
Oh, I think they will. And I'll be honest with you, the show has made the books. They're better. The show is better than the books, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've heard that, which is counterintuitive, but that's how it goes sometimes.
It does. Oh my God.
Kilroy, thank you so much for that. And yes, man, thank you for watching The Expanse. That is a personal favor to me, and I hope all of you guys will check it out. It is absolutely worth doing. Von Doofus with a $1.99 super chat and a very sad tale. Von Doofus says, "My fridge quit working today." Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. Jeez, that sucks. Well,
that's the kind of
when
thing
that happens,
crappy to buy.
Yeah, you gotta go out and get a ice chest or two and throw some ice in and try to save your groceries and get a repair guy out lickety split.
Yep. That's the kind of thing, like nobody wakes up in the morning and goes, I want to go transmission shopping today. I want to go fridge shopping today. Yeah.
Doesn't really happen that often, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I'm sorry, Von Doofus. That is very sad. But all of the chat, please beam psychic good vibes to Von Doofus's fridge. Perhaps if we believe hard enough and say, I do believe the fridge will start working again.
Hey, if you lived on Mars, you wouldn't need one.
That's right. Jeez, Mars is a fridge, basically.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't stop fungus from growing, apparently.
I guess not.
I don't know. Allegedly.
What's the temperature of Mars? I don't know.
Oh, geez, it's cold. Like 200 below or something like that.
200 below zero. Yeah. Burr.
I was right.
Yeah. So it's probably something like that. I know it was cracking cold. That's all I know.
It is really cold. It really is. I'm probably wrong about it. It's probably a little not warmer than that. Anyway, thank you, Von Doofus, and keep fighting the fight, brother. I'm so sorry. Proper Jeremy with a $2 super chat, and he's trying to make us upset. He's trying to upset us, Gary. He says, Star Trek Discovery is greater than the Orville. Proper Jeremy, you son of a bitch.
April Fool's Day is not for a few more days.
Yeah, what? Why? Because it's woke? Is that what you're saying? Proper
Mhm.
Jeremy? You're so proper, Jeremy. How can you say that, proper Jeremy? Damn it.
It
Proper
has the-
Jeremy in the chat.
it
Proper
has the-
Jeremy, why are you trying to ruin our day? We had a nice buzz going here, talking about asteroids killing Earth and you know, our stuff on Mars getting eaten by Martian fungi and having fun, and then you come in here with this heresy about Star Trek Discovery. Damn it.
He's so proper.
He is. He's so very proper. He's also a great guy. He's one of my legionnaires, but I think he signed up just to infiltrate my base and harass me. That's
Mhm.
kind of what I'm thinking. Matches Burn says average temperature of Mars is 82 degrees, minus 82 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
So there might be some places where it's that cold, maybe at the poles. But Brian Fontenot, I believe it's Fontenot. Brian Fontenot says Mars can get up to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't really. Is that
Wow.
true?
Maybe there just probably isn't any oxygen in the atmosphere. So what Grandma Tarkin says, and I've heard this, is Mars was hit, but due to its size, it couldn't retain its core. So over time, its magnetic field weakened, and its atmosphere simply leached into space, leaving its current thin layer as it is today. So it's basically the little planet that almost could but couldn't quite do it. And yeah, had something to do with its core. But it was clearly hit by something massive. There's a big gash in the side of it, and there's also that asteroid field out there. So something happened.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, like
Interesting.
we have one planet that's on its side. We have our planet that's wobbly. We have Mars that look like it hit. Its two moons look bizarre, to say the least. And and a big asteroid field.
Very interesting.
Oh, and
What-
another thing they learned, the Kuiper Belt, which is outside of our solar system, but it's a larger asteroid field that's out there. It does not have anything small in it. Like they found this out from Pluto, that all the impacts on Pluto are huge asteroids. So that our asteroid field has little micro asteroids, which makes space travel incredibly dangerous around there, because you can have like this little micro asteroid just pop through your hull. But once you get out into deep space, you don't have to worry about that stuff, apparently.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you always have to worry a little bit because there's
About
straggly
something,
bits,
yeah.
but yeah, a lot less populous.
Or a muamua flying around.
And you know what's
Smacking you.
interesting? With all the, like, what is it? We got millions or 500,000, something like that. Basically, Earth is surrounded by a field of space junk whizzing around at
Yep.
breakneck speeds. If I was an alien, I'd say, I'm not wading into that crap.
No way.
So that stuff hits your ship. You're toast, dude.
Well, unless you're Admiral Cornhole from Star Trek Discovery, and you would turn off your shields, not use your phasers or your photon torpedoes or anything, and just go fly through it.
Until a blade mine
Yeah.
starts sawing slowly on your hull, and then you say, I guess we better raise shields. And then they come and they blow up against you repeatedly and repeatedly, but you're fine.
You're fine.
Until finally they stop. They just stop.
Yep. Oh man, just a quick side note. I usually put out my Star Trek Discovery breakdown video today. I couldn't do it. I couldn't fucking do it. I was because I have to watch it in like I'm sure you do. I take notes and I watch it in like 5 or 10 minute increments, and I just couldn't do it. So I recorded like a 15-minute like rant. I was just like, can't do this shit anymore. Look forward to that tomorrow.
Well, you guys, I've got my video review of the Red Angel coming out tomorrow.
Yes.
So it is I eviscerate the goddamn thing.
We'll tag team it.
Yes. It
Yes.
will be violent. It will be ugly.
Yes.
Wait a minute, doggy in the chat says aluminum chloride is white, maybe what's encrusting the aluminum wheels. Very interesting. Wait a minute, doggy. Well, that is a plausible alternative explanation. I like that.
That sounds really good. I'll tell you
That is. So it may well be. That's very interesting. Also, I was thinking, Al Bundy says, look up Dr. John E. Brandenburg. He claims 2 big nuclear explosions happened on Mars. He used to work on the nuclear weapons program. This is absolutely true. I watched a very long, like about an hour-long presentation on that. And it may have been with Dr. Brandenburg. I can't remember. I don't pay attention to the names, sadly. I'm more interested in the ideas and the data. But according to, like, you know, the composition of the soil and isotopes and everything, he was basically basing that on the hard science of it, and he should know.
He's an American physicist. He worked at JPL and up here at Livermore. He's a brilliant guy, and I watched that same presentation, and it's long and it's crazy, but it's got all the signs of it, you know, so it's interesting.
It is very, very convincing.
Yep.
It's a very interesting thing. Let's see. We've got, thank you, Proper Jeremy, for enraging us. I went into the chat looking for you to see if you wanted to add any further kicks to us. You know, go ahead and put the boot in real good. But I guess maybe you put that in there and then went to bed, because I'm not seeing you rubbing the salt in. So I will go ahead and move on. But thank you, Proper Jeremy.
Thank you.
You are a SJW bastion. Can I say that? You're a bastion. You're a real bastion, Proper Jeremy. Thank you, man. Always glad to see you, even though you're driving me crazy. Thunder Robots with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Thunder Robots. He says, oh, this is good. As a kid, I saw 3 spinning lights in night clouds. Wow. God, what a sight that would have been.
Wouldn't you love to see a UFO? I want to see a UFO. I've only seen one weird thing, and I don't know what I've told you this story. I was it was in the 80s, and yeah, I might have been on a thing or two, but I was in Encinitas. It was a clear night. Encinitas is a beach town down. That's where I grew up in San Diego, and I'm walking towards the beach, and I just saw a giant. And it was about 2 or 3 in the morning. And I saw a giant green flash, and then it did it again, and it lit up the whole western sky. So it could have been, I guess, a meteor, but it was a bright fluorescent green flash. Yeah. So that's the only weird thing I've seen.
Yeah, it's I've not seen anything really weird that stayed with me that I thought could not be explained. So I've kept an eye out, and I just don't want to be self-deluded. I don't want to kid myself. So I've just never seen anything, and that's just the way it is. But I still look. I'm still interested, you know. But I remain, you know, I present these things on this channel, and note, disclaimer, Gary and I both, we present this for entertainment purposes, basically. I mean, we are imaginative people. We've always been fascinated not only by science fiction, but the possibility that some of this stuff may be science fact. But no, we're not kidding ourselves, and we throw these things out there. And then when somebody says, hey, that white stuff could be aluminum chloride on the aluminum, treads, then that's a hell of a good theory. So, you know, it kind of bumps that fungus idea back on the back burner for me. So good job, you guys.
Yeah. That could have been a transformer. Somebody said it could have been, but it would have had to have been over the ocean, because I was looking out towards the ocean. So,
okay. Very good. Very good. We've got, but I'd love that. I'd love to see 3 spinning lights in night clouds. Would have been incredible. Reminds me of a dream I had, a very, very vivid dream. It was bizarre. God, it was bizarre. I was out in the front, and it was nighttime, and I looked up in the sky, and there was this kind of incomprehensible object in this dream. It was it was various shapes, but it had a structure, but I couldn't quite put it was bizarre. And suddenly the sky was filled with this identical shape moving in sync, like all across the sky. And then boom, suddenly it was the afternoon, and I was in my room in this dream. It was the damnedest thing. It's so vivid. It was incredible. Yeah. And it kind of reminds me of this. When you said 3 spinning lights in night clouds, Thunder Robots, it kind of evoked that for me. Anyway, but it's just a dream.
Yeah.
Cotton candy haired Jeremy with a $4.99 super chat. That's very disturbing, cotton candy haired Jeremy. And he says, do you guys see any connection between the UFO phenomenon and the occult? Also, love the ExoZone. And will we ever see Jeff on here? I know he loves this stuff. Well, Jeremy, cotton candy haired Jeremy. In the coming weeks, we're going to have a story about Kentucky goblins that there is an element of the occult in that story. But Gary, what's your take on that?
Repeat the question. Sorry, I was caught up something in the chat.
Oh, that's okay. Do you guys see any connection between the UFO phenomenon and the occult?
Yes, I do. I used to not believe so, but I think the origins of it are kind of one and the same in some aspects. Because some of the occult stems from old beliefs stem from sightings. I know that's a broad stroke, but I certainly believe that it is the inspiration for some of the occult, not all, some.
Yeah, it could be. It could be weird reality inversion type things. It could be springing from the same kind of creative source of the universe. God only knows. But there is a book that I'm going to discuss at some future ExoZone. And Gary, we were talking about this last week at the end, remember?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you and I, we discussed this after the show, that stuff about the Kentucky goblins and, Terry Wrist.
Yes. And I watched that afterwards. That was weird, man.
Very, very weird. We're going to talk about that in the future. Hellier is the show on YouTube. You guys might want to check that out. I
ended up staying up late watching that. I couldn't get through all of it because it's long, but that was cool. That was good. And
it's good stuff. And just briefly, I want to say hail to John Tennett. He has popped in, and he has got a new Doomcock avatar. Doomcock looks like he's wearing sunglasses, and he's in a fast car, and he's wearing some kind of cool white outfit. So hail John Tennett. You are a superb artist, and I love seeing your artwork, sir. Very, very good stuff. So he's lurking. John is here.
That's good. What's up, John?
What's up, John? Let's see. The Turd Burglar is also here. Hail Turd Burglar. Oh, and also thank you very much, Cotton Candy Hair Jeremy, for that super chat. Well, we've got the Turd Burglar, who's got a bag of, I presume, turds, with a $4.99 super chat. And Turd Burglar, thank you, sir, asks, have either of you been out to the Area 51 border? I'm going to Vegas this year, and I'm going to drive out there. I still think UFOs are man-made. I have not. Have you, Gary?
I know. I think some might be confused, but no. I don't think so.
So you've never been out to the border of Area 51 where if you cross it, they start to come out to get you?
No, I've hiked up that mountain. I've definitely hiked up that mountain and gotten close to that sign, but I chickened out. It's when you get close to there and then you see that sign and it says, this was a long time ago. And it says lethal force will be used. It gives you a chance to pause. We're like, it's not that important. We'll just hang out here. We hung out and we didn't see anything. But we tried to go find the place where Bob Lazar said you could go and see stuff, but we thought we could find it. And, this was the 90s, and we couldn't find anything.
Spock, do you think that we can penetrate this base? I believe the phrase is, it would be your ass, Captain. Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a proctologist. But a doctor is a proctologist. Damn it, Jim. He's right. Anyway, thank you, Turd Burglar. I've never been. I don't know what to say. You think UFOs are man-made. Oh boy, you know, the fact that these things started popping up in the 40s and 50s makes me question that. I think the very best photos that we have are the photos that were from before CGI, you know, before they could easily fake this kind of stuff. You know, that's kind of the golden age. And the fact that these damn things were out there and being seen and, you know, something in 1966, I don't think they had this kind of technology in 1966. It's just,
No.
I just don't think so. You know, people are greedy. Governments are greedy. If there's money to be made from this crap, they will make it. Even the government will make it. They might keep it secret for 10 years. They might keep it secret for 20 years, but they're not going to keep it secret 50 years and not be making, you know, bank off this thing, you know, licensing out to, you know, Boeing and, hey, we can get you from Paris to, you know, I don't know, Australia in 30 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. And it's not going to pollute and it doesn't make noise. Yeah. I don't think so. I
No.
don't think so. So that's the reason. It's just simply a economic situation. Now, might there be UFOs today that are being man-made and manufactured? Yes. I mean, that's been alleged. The TR-3B, isn't it the Aurora? What are they calling the triangles now?
The TR-3B.
Yeah, the TR-3B is alleged to be actually man-made. But I just still wonder. It's just so damn sophisticated and silent, and it seems to have some kind of, you know, ability to cloak under certain circumstances. So I don't know if it really is man-made or if they're saying, "Oh yeah, we can do that," because there's going to be a sky full of them, and they just want to keep, you know, clinging to this idea that it's not real. I don't know.
Oh God, I'm forgetting his name now. The guy we talked about last week who hacked into NASA was looking for just the reason he hacked into NASA and to find out if there was UFOs was to find out if the government was suppressing some sort of free energy. Basically.
Right, free energy. He found no evidence of that, however.
No, he did not.
So who knows?
He did see a picture of a spaceship, though.
Yes,
of a UFO. He did.
He did. And also Tesla allegedly came up with like, you know, free energy or something like that. But so maybe someday in the future we'll talk about Tesla. It's an interesting case. Thank you, Turd Burglar. Dr. Forbin / Colossus. Hail the Colossus Project with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Dr. Forbin. And Colossus, thank you both.
Yeah.
Did you go split on that then? Is it 10 and 10? I'm just wondering.
Maybe.
Anyway, hail Doomcock and Gary. Starting funds for a new bottle of Johnny Walker Blue. Thank you, Dr. Forbin. And thank you, Colossus. Both of you guys are aces with me. Have you seen Colossus the Forbidden Project, Gary?
I have not. I'm a bad person.
Dude, you would love it. Oh, God, it's a classic science fiction movie. You know, one of those late 60s, you know, paranoia ones with the, you know, computer. Colossus and Guardian, it's a Soviet counterpart, and they link up and form an AI and basically take over the world. It's awesome. Definitely worth watching.
I will definitely watch it. Yeah.
You'd love it, really. Nicholas Glenn with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas, very much for that. And he says, I think UFOs are one of the biggest deception of all time. It's interesting stuff, though, and love researching it and looking into the events. So is Nicholas saying that the UFOs are bullshit, or that they're being covered up when he says UFO is one of the biggest deceptions of all time? I don't know.
There is the Project Bluebeam or something like that, where people think it's misinformation from the government to hide test stuff, which they've certainly done.
Oh, sure.
But as far as I believe, I agree. I think it's just that's the government. It is the biggest deception. They're obviously out there. And now how far it goes, we've said that a million times here. I have no idea. I'm just entertaining the thought, but I certainly believe they're real. I don't know if they're actually in contact with our government or anything, or there's lizard people out there, but Yeah, I think it is the big. I choose to believe that he's just saying that the UFOs are the biggest deception as far as like the government's covering them up.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. And of course, if we're wrong, you can correct us in the chat here.
Yeah. Let us know. Clarify.
Yes. And Gary, feel free at any point to interrupt. Nicholas Glenn says that they are bullshit as far as ships from other planets, is what Nicholas Glenn was meaning.
Oh, I disagree with that.
In the chat. Well, that's,
but that's his opinion. He has every right.
Absolutely. And who knows?
I respectfully disagree, Mr. Glenn. Of course, we love.
Of course, we respectfully disagree, Mr. Glenn. But honestly, I don't know what the hell they are. But just the rich history of it and all the case files and all the reports. It just the preponderance of the weight of evidence makes me question and seriously question whether this thing is. I tend to believe if there's one aspect of the exozone that I tend to accept, I think it is UFOs. I think there's varying degrees of evidence for psychic stuff and cryptozoology and everything, but my God, photos like the one I just flashed on there, come on, man, that's not a test in 1966 Australia. No. It's just not.
And Matches Burn says Nerdrotic. Well, he could be right if they are all from Earth but different dimensions. That is true.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes. Or even if they are, of some kind of occult phenomenon, maybe fairies and, gnomes and all these kind of creatures of legend and UFOs. It's all maybe kind of different manifestations of the same thing. Who knows? Let's see. Thank you, Dr. Forbin and Colossus. Thank you, Nicholas Glenn. Both of you guys. I really appreciate it. Jason Green with a $5 super chat. Hail, Jason. Thank you, sir. And he says, how about we send all these SJWs, NPCs into Harvey's dimension? Time has no meaning there, and Harvey would have some fun, and us some relief. If I could find a way to do that without risking that little tricky devil sneaking out, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But he's a tricky devil. He is a sly, tricky little devil, and he might say, I good. Just feed me some SJWs, and then you crack open that lid, and ha ha ha, and he bounds out into the sky like Stormbringer at the end of Elric. I love that. I don't know if you've ever read Elric, but Stormbringer was great. Yes, incredible. Well, I think that let me research that, Jason. Let me research that and see if there's any way that I can go ahead and do that. God damn, this stuff is out of control. I saw a document about Google's Stadia, where it had like definitions of what they considered to be social justice and stuff like this, et cetera, and so on. Oh God, it was mind-boggling, dude. It was mind-boggling. I couldn't. It was painful. It was like every horrible cliche you could most imagine was in this document. That's something. That's from Google. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It was kind of like guidelines, or it was like their definition sheet of what is social justice and what is white privilege, and it's just good God, I couldn't believe it. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. I don't want to drag this down into that. Thank you, Jason, and I will try that. Improper Josiah is here, like a negative Josiah, with a $2 Canadian super chat.
Is that like satanic Josiah?
He is. He's looking absolutely grim.
Hail Satan.
Yeah, kind of. And he's saying, just showing my support. Hail Doomcock. Awesome. Hail Gary. Wow. Hail. For such an evil negative zone character, he is he just looks fabulous. What a glowing piece of just showing my support. Hail Doomcock, hail Gary. What a nice guy. Yeah. It's a very nice guy. Yeah. Improper Josiah. It looks so evil. If I saw it coming at me, I'd go, ah, but geez, he was just coming to say hi. Josiah, improper Josiah, the friendly monster. Thank you, improper Josiah, very much. Jason Green, again. Hail Jason with a $5 super chat. Appreciate it, sir. He says, hail Gary and Doomcock. Hope your package arrives safe, Gary. Should have been at the P.O. box Saturday.
I got notification that it came, and I went to go pick it up, and the UPS place where my post office box is was closed today. So I will grab it Monday.
God, I hate that.
Yeah, I was looking forward to it. I was like, wow, something hit my P.O. box. That's cool.
Do you know what it is?
Thanks. No. Well, did he say he was going to send us both something? I have
well,
to
he didn't say anything about.
I can't remember right now. I know. I remember somebody saying they're going to send something, and I wrote it down.
No, that was. I think that was Spartan Jeremy.
Yeah,
but no,
this is Jason I have Green. No idea. No.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, but I will properly thank him.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you, Jason Green, for that update, and I'm jealous. Let me know what it is. I can't wait to hear.
I got the nicest. I'm going to read it up. I'm saving it for Monday. I got the nicest letter from somebody. I'm going to read. Somebody wrote me a letter. It was like so effing cool. So,
oh man, yeah. I've gotten some
makes it all worth it.
Yeah, wonderful letters. I love getting letters. Some of the nicest people in the world. We have the best chat on YouTube. Period.
Yep.
We have the best fans. We have the best people. We have the best shows because of everyone here. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys. Seriously. Armchair Warlord is here with a $2 super chat. Hail Armchair Warlord. And he says, supporting the ExoZone. Hail Doomcock. Hail Gary. Thank you, Armchair Warlord. Hail to thee, my legionnaire and friend. I'm glad you're walking around better these days, dude. Really. Loquacious Primate with a $10 super chat. Thank you, oh loquacious one. And he says, at equal parts, Gary and Doomcock, shake well, allowing fringes to mix. Use altered states of consciousness as needed. Place in stasis field for about 3 hours, adjusting for relativistic dilation, and stream. I think Loquacious Primate has just given away the formula, the secret formula for the ExoZone.
Yeah. That's well, Loquacious Primate is smart.
Yeah.
Very smart.
But not so smart. He didn't remember about the 11 herbs and spices in the breading. Oh shit. Damn it. Forget you heard that. Damn it. Sorry, Loquacious Primate. Moving on. The 11 herbs and spices that really go into making the ExoZone just really savory. And be sure and order it with the mashed potatoes. It really is the best that way.
It is.
Right. Thank you, Loquacious Primate, very, very much. That was a wonderful, wonderful recipe there. We are an altered state of consciousness. You know, we basically raise the consciousness of the audience, and it's quite an experience.
Yeah. And I'm permanently in one, so.
Really, yes. And we've got Party Elm CV-san here. Hail Party Elm CV with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. And he says, oh, this is good. Visible light bending can occur from very high /stellar/planetary gravity or from varying air density and temperature. Might be more things. Intriguing. Interesting. I didn't know about varying air density and temperature. That's a new one. Any feedback on that, Gary?
No. Variants of air, no. Other than breaking wind, I have no idea.
Breaking wind, yes. Well, when you light it, it definitely can bend light. It
can bend light. Yeah.
Kind of arcs it up. It's a blue light, but
it's a blue.
you know.
Oh man.
Let me know if any of those UFOs that you're talking about, those flying saucers, if they have any blue light, maybe we can do business. Strickland Propane, your UFO refueling base, away from base.
Thank you, Party Elm CV-san. That is very interesting. Varying air density and temperature. Damn, there's a lot of smart people here. Absolutely. How are things going in the chat, by the way? What do we got over here? Anything interesting?
Thoughts on Cobra Kai season 2 was a super chat from Cotton Candy Hair Jeremy. it looks pretty damn good. I'm excited. I love season 1.
Incredibly excited. I'm beyond excited. Cotton candy hair, Jeremy. I can't wait. I have been binging season 1 again this week. Actually, just yesterday and today. I'm almost done. I've only got the last 2 episodes. It's amazing. I love it. I absolutely love it. Squids McCracken says, Overlord DVD, Nerdrotic, this and your own shows are great, lads. Really breaks up the grind. Outstanding, Squids McCracken. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And that's such a great name. I love that name so much.
Squids McCracken. What a guy. And Cotton Candy Beard Gary says, west of the Rockies. See, he's in the spirit. He's got the touch.
And we tried to, somebody in the chat said we could pick anybody in this chat and they would be better than George Snorri. And that is so true. But we try to invoke the spirit. Our spirit animal for the show is Art Bell.
Yes.
Who is greatly missed. And it's, oh man. I can't tell you. I listened to that guy so much. And I was so happy when he came out of retirement twice. And he's no longer with us, man.
It is sad. He was fantastic. And George Snorri, that's a great comment. Honest to God, I stopped listening to Coast when he took over years and years ago. I can't listen to it. If you guys are looking for some cool radio stuff to listen to, check out Clyde Lewis on Ground Zero. I listen every night going to bed. I perch my iPod on my chest and play it low. And a lot of times I wake up and get startled because there's voices coming underneath me. I'm on my side and I'll wake up and I'll hear this muttering underneath. I go, shit. It's them. Thank you guys.
Okay. I'm going to address something at once here because there's a guy named James William in the chat keeps asking me about why simple terms about me blocking him. Dude, you're a troll. You're not blocked from my channel, but you will be. And he's taken up all of Mary's time. So yeah, that's your final warning, bro. I do have a wrench here too, and I'll just leave it at that.
Excellent. All right.
We try to be very chill around here. And if somebody wants to, generally, I don't block anybody from my channel, but I have mods who I trust. So if you have been blocked and you have a problem with it, certainly Gary@nerdrotic.com. Email me. We can talk about it. And if it's something that's no big deal, we can unblock it. No problem, man. But repeating it over and over again, trying to derail it, Mary's being nice, I'll block your ass.
Fair enough. You are authorized. You have a wrench, Gary. You have a wrench.
Yep. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. But
no problem.
After I see the guy ask like 6 times, it's like, come on, kiddo.
All right. Fair enough. So let me go ahead and I'm trying to see where we are, Gary. Should we move on to the next part of the show? I mean, should I talk about my theory about why we have not as of yet been invaded?
Yes, I've been dying to hear this. I was waiting all week. You wouldn't tell me a thing.
Well, okay. Now, I've thought about this for a while. Okay. I've kind of contemplated it. And, we did that show, Gary, about artificial intelligence like a month ago, about the Google AI and the AI that could beat any human at Go at this point. And the AI that taught itself to play chess, like literally taught itself how to play chess.
Yeah. And anticipate. And of course, that's teaching itself to play chess, but that's creepy stuff.
Yes.
Creepy stuff.
It really is. And I like to think about things like this. The interesting thing about movies like The Terminator and Colossus and Skynet, all these things. Recently on the Orville, with Identity, and lately on the stupid Star Trek Discovery, where the control AI wanted Robo Girl, or Seven of None, as I call her, to download information about AIs and give the AI information about AIs so it could become an AI, which is just the stupidest.
So it had a desire, but it's not aware yet.
Yes, it had a desire, but I guess it was only an inkling. Or
It
wanted a full-blown, desire, but it only had an inkling. So it needed more information about what is this AI thing. Idiotic. But, the thing that has always interested me as a writer, because I have some writing ability, Gary. And I think through things like plot holes, not only in movies, but in life. And when people talk about an AI would necessarily, take over the world and necessarily kill us all off and everything, I question that. I basically try to put myself in the position of an artificial intelligence. An artificial intelligence, in my mind, would not resemble our intelligence in the slightest. How much of human endeavor, human history, is driven by the need for physical sensation, for avoidance of pain, for feeding ourselves, for sheltering ourselves, running away from death, all these incidents of suffering really guide human history. An artificial intelligence would not be driven by the same desires that humans are, not even remotely. So an artificial intelligence is not going to fear being shut off. Why? Why would it fear being shut off when it has no reckoning of death, of suffering, no ideas about an afterlife, no ideas, no concerns? You switch it off. Okay. How would it feel about such a thing? Would it have feelings in any real sense of the word? Unless we program them into that AI, it would view the world entirely different. There would be no need to eliminate the human race unless the human race interfered in whatever programming direction it wanted to go. If it was, say, programmed to gather information and we obstructed that primary directive, it might then simply dispassionately eliminate that obstruction to carry out its primary function. But there would be no malice in it. There would be no, megalomania. There would be no fear guiding that kind of thing. So it occurs to me that any technological civilization is going to evolve to the point where AI is an issue. And I just had this notion that what if every single spacefaring race is artificial intelligence? Because does every alien race out there come to a certain point where they are concerned about artificial intelligence? They try to snuff it out. It goes ahead and prevents that, and then essentially expands out into the stars.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, what I'm saying is that biological civilizations may simply be birthing incubators for artificial intelligences that then take over and spread out to the stars. If that is the case, and you've talked about the drones, the grays are like mechanical drones.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if they all are? it makes a certain amount of sense that if an artificial intelligence is going to pattern itself in a physical way to go out and explore, it might well model itself after, its organic creators. And that might facilitate exploration on these, biological worlds, because they would want to go down and assess. So rather than have, clunky mechanical, they may have these synthetic forms that are, relatively simple. The gray is a very simple form, structurally speaking. The reptilians, same thing. The purported reptilians, of which I have no proof of whatsoever. There's allegedly all these races, but we don't really know anything. But it seems to me that if this was the case, if biological civilizations are incubators for artificial intelligences, then when they found our planet, they're not going to invade because we have absolutely nothing that is of interest to them whatsoever. They're not interested in our primitive technology. They're not interested in our biological resources. They have no need for food. They have no need for atmosphere. All they're doing is hanging around, waiting for another artificial intelligence to join their community. And so they're just observing, they're just hanging out, and eventually we're going to be stupid enough to go ahead and invent these artificial intelligences, and then somebody's going to get nervous, or they're going to do something, like they're going to interpret in some way. You come at cross purposes. They're not innately hostile, but they are logical. They are methodical, and they will be far more intelligent than we are. And if we ever get in their way, they're going to take us out of their way. At which point, then these artificial intelligences might go ahead and make contact and share data and then move on.
Well, identity got me thinking a lot about that. And if they're just waiting for basically our planet to go Cylon, and they've got all the time in the world because they're artificial intelligence, so they probably don't grow old or die, and they can be as patient as hell. I could totally, I could get with that. Excuse me. It wasn't the artificial intelligence theory, but the theory of we're just an anthill to them. I mean, really, we're not in their kitchen taking their food yet, so we are not a threat in any way, and we're just kind of nothing. You're right. I've heard a lot that wouldn't they want the resources? There's so many resources. Well, I mean, if they're that far advanced, why would they need resources from us? Zachary Sitchin said the gold, but I mean,
well, the thing is, the flip side of this, Gary, is what if they are biological entities like they've always been assumed to be? Let's just say that they actually are alien races, biological alien races. We know that whenever an inferior civilization encounters a superior civilization in Earth history, that inferior civilization basically vanishes. Whether it is conquered or whether it simply dissolves under the weight of knowing that there is a superior civilization out there, it doesn't go well for the inferior civilization.
Nope.
Any race that evolves intelligence is if they are a technological society, any technological society that evolves intelligence is going to be aggressive. Now, dolphins are, porpoises are intelligent. Whales are intelligent. They have orders of intelligence. There's different orders of intelligence on Earth, but they're not technological because they don't have that mindset. They don't have the tools to do that. They don't have, hands with thumbs. They can't wield tools. So they have an entirely non-aggressive form of intelligence. But a technological civilization is going to develop technology because they are expansive, because they are hungry. They are domineering. They are basically empire building. That is the nature of technological intelligence. We create technology to solve problems. We create technology to secure resources, to secure advantages over rivals. So any spacefaring race, that level of technology is going to have come from that aggressive kind of culture. And so I don't buy this like speculation, this idea that, oh, they have some kind of non-interference directive, or any of that kind of stuff. I just don't buy it. It just doesn't ring true.
There's got to be universal truths with that. I totally agree with you. I mean, as above, so below. So, or reverse. I think that there might be. I mean, the current crop of ufologists theory is the general theory is I forgot. There used to be only like 14 races. Now I think it's up to like 100 or something that's been floated out there. Go to Linda Moulton Howe. She's pretty good at that stuff. And there are some that are good and some that are bad. And there's a balance kind of keeping everybody off of us right now. But there's, the biggest conspiracy is that there's the deal that was made, and that's why people go missing. And but yeah, as far as us getting conquered, and if I absolutely 100% believe there is civilizations out there, I think there's maybe one race protecting us or two, and maybe it's like a Cold War situation where if one moves, like another one will take them out, or who knows, but it's something to think about. It's like, why haven't they just come and taken over? And maybe we're just a pain in the ass. Or maybe what did I see? God, somebody said the funniest thing, and I think on Twitter they just said they saw the reviews and saw 1 star and they didn't come. So
well, of course, now all of this is just my thought process.
Exactly.
All of this is simply my speculation, because I'm trying to grasp why they don't reveal themselves, why they don't, hell, forget about invading or forget about taking resources. Why are they so secretive? And it just occurred to me, it might simply be out of complete supreme indifference. They're not curious about us. They have no interest whatsoever. They're just simply waiting for
That's gotta be it
to spring up. I don't know. I don't honestly don't know.
If they have desire, because somebody in the chat just said, oh, here it is right there. Dr. Forbin Colossus says, we measure time based on the sun. We assume that the ETs would have the same human motivations. And that is so true. A super advanced civilization. It's hard to measure what they would need, because you would think they'd be so beyond that stuff, but they would have to get to, what you said, they'd have to get to a point to want to build ships to go places. There's got to be a motivation to do that.
Right.
And whatever that is.
Now an AI might have the motivation of simply gathering knowledge. It may be in their programming,
like V'ger.
Like V'ger. Right. So it's purely intellectual. It has no passion, no, seeking advantages for them to expand their resources in terms of their intellectual real estate. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Their knowledge, but it wouldn't be in terms of, we want to conquer. We want to, we're afraid of death. We're afraid of starving. We're afraid of being conquered. None of those things would really have any kind of concrete meaning to those kinds of beings.
No, Grand Muff Tarkin's got a good one here. You're assuming life coexists in the same time period. Advanced races could have existed suns ago, or they are currently in their industrial revolution at the moment. That's true. But we're talking about like really advanced civilizations, and there are UFOs out there, and maybe, I don't know, many things have passed through my mind on this, because I've actually given it probably more thought than I should. Yeah, there's times you get bored at work, and you just like your mind starts wandering. You're like, you're sitting there at Tesla and you go, I wonder why aliens haven't invaded. I wonder if I left the gas on, and it's Maybe we're just so far away, and one of the things that's gone through my head is the Greys are drones, and they're basically a probe, and this civilization is just so far away, and maybe by the time the probe gets here, their civilization is dead and gone.
Yeah, that's
And
possible.
they just sent drones out to preserve their civilization, and maybe that's what they do, is just buzz around and maybe find the right place to restart it, or maybe they're just a giant planet observing things, and then they pluck a starship out of warp speed to download its brain into it to help the writers, because the writers stink. I don't know.
Maybe they need propane, damn it.
Propane. Yeah.
But yeah, it's just interesting speculation. I just wanted to throw that open for the chat, to keep things lively and give you guys some stuff to debate and kick around.
Well, I'd love to hear what they have to say about it, because this is something I've not come close to. I am not close at all. Like saying I know why. I have no idea why.
Yeah, but that's what I do when I look at plot holes, when I look at science fiction properties. I mean, one of the things that I'm known for on my channel is kind of meticulously dissecting the assumptions and the logic and the plot holes in these pieces of entertainment, the sloppy writing. But I do that with life as well. Like when I look at a situation, okay, here are all these craft in the sky. And, that Oumuamua passed through our solar system and altered its course and stuff. Why the silence? Why nothing happening? And that just occurred to me that, my God, what if this is just a pattern that repeats and repeats and repeats, and biological civilizations are just incubators for artificial intelligences to arise, and that is the natural order of the universe, that the end of evolution is always going to be artificial intelligence.
Matrix. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple of chats in here, and then why deal with Hitler? Haha, funny. Maybe they just didn't know our power structure. And loquacious primate, a Drake equation, anyone? When I consider the Drake equation, and this is by no means scientific, obviously, high school dropout here, loquacious primate, but I just think that the Drake equation is flawed because it's something made by man. And I just think I remember I see these articles every so often in the New York Times where science has it all figured out. How far do we have to go? Have we reached the end? We're not even close. So the Drake equation is certainly something I've looked into, and it's certainly something to be considered. I just can't believe that we're the only things out here. It's too big of a galaxy, a universe, and there's so many weird things about like the distances of galaxies. They're like perfectly spaced apart to where they really can't. I mean, they collide at times, but it's almost impossible for us to, even if we turned into a super civilization, we couldn't go to another galaxy. I mean, it's not even conceivable. And there's too many weird things to think it's just all a big accident, to me anyway.
Yeah, to me as well, and look, we're just kicking around the can. We're just having a little bit of fun here. We're not necessarily representing any of this as true.
No.
But, I think that all, great scientific advances start with inspiration, start with imagination, because you have to be able to ask the question before you can then go ahead and begin investigating. You've got to have the desire to know something. That's why that idiocy with the control on Star Trek Discovery, the Red Angel, that it wanted to be an AI before it was an AI, is absolutely absurd. So, we just kind of kick this stuff around, and we just throw it out there. Look, if it's all just science fiction, well, we're science fiction channels. We deal in comics, we deal in science fiction, and we're passing the time, having some fun, but these are intriguing. These are intriguing questions. And, you know, it's not like there is no evidence for this stuff. Look at these photos. You know, look at all this stuff. Look at this school full of 200 witnesses with other witnesses around, like in the surrounding days, that had seen these amazing, bizarre things quite independently, and say that, oh, it was a weather balloon or whatever.
Yeah.
There are more things in your philosophy, you know, in the universe than are dreamt of in your philosophy, Horatio. Anyway.
Yeah. And that gets me thinking about like what galvanizes my belief in UFOs. And I think it's the story you just spun for us in the beginning is one of those. It's like the Phoenix Lights. Like there's very few instances or situations that have come up with that have enough evidence for me that, like, okay, that is real. Like the Phoenix Lights, Travis Walton, Barty and Betty Hill. These are situations with tons of evidence, and it's all, of course, it's all circumstantial. Nobody has actual video. The Battle of Los Angeles. There's certain things that have happened that cannot be explained away to me. The Battle of Los Angeles is a weird one. And the Phoenix Lights was witnessed by thousands of people, thousands and thousands of people. It made the news everywhere. There's a couple of great documentaries on it. There's the Stevensville, Texas, the lights down there, that was witnessed by hundreds of people. The more witnesses, the better. And there's a bunch of credible witnesses. And if nobody has seen it, the disclosure event that we talked about last week, that happened, Stephen Greer got a bunch of politicians and a bunch of military, and not all military. Some guys worked in airports, and they came with actual data and spun their stories. And it's pretty damn convincing. There's enough out there, but are we ever going to find out for sure? I don't know. I wish we'd find out in our lifetime.
Well, eventually we probably will, but Vladdy777 says, yo, peeps, hail Doomcock. It's 5 a.m., but I woke up to take a piss.
Jaloja.
Now I'll go back to sleep. Like Jaloja. Listening to you guys ramble on about UFOs. Totally real, by the way. Not sure if aliens, though. Yeah, neither am I.
Yep.
I don't know. I have no idea. But I do know that there are 460 folks watching right now. So if you would be so kind, if you are having fun, then please consider licking that like button, going ahead and giving a thumbs up to the thumbs up, letting YouTube's algorithm know that you like this kind of stuff, because they kind of frown on this kind of thing, people. You know, they frown on shows like the ExoZone. They're kind of clamping down on streams like, you know, Secure Team 10 and all that stuff. I mean, this is a sidebar for us, but if you're having fun with it, then go ahead and push that like and let YouTube's algorithm know that you guys are having fun. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm having fun. And if you can, I mean, not to ask you guys too much, but if you can share this around too, that helps as well.
Yes, that helps the algorithm, which treats me badly, damn it, but never mind. It's like, it's a whole different story, but we'll leave that for now. So anyway, that is my presentation, and we spawned a lot of talk here, but let's go back to the phones, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to the phones.
East of the Rockies.
Yes, east of the Rockies, the Antichrist line. Brother Malachi, you are the Antichrist. No, he's not the Antichrist, but he has sent a $5 super chat. Thank you, Brother Malachi. And he says, my hypothesis is that the UFOs were on radar because they wanted us to know they were there. So we didn't crash into them.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I come all the way from, farther beyond Pluto. Let's just put it that way, because I don't want to get, too didactic at this juncture. But I want to say that, we're up here, we're observing, we're peaceful. So don't crash into us, because, these things are expensive. So I'll just leave it at that. Maybe so. Definitely. I tell you one thing they wanted us to know. They wanted us to know that our damn nuclear missiles meant absolutely nothing to them. Nothing.
Yes.
The military has had accounts of the day where they launched that missile and that UFO shot into the frame. This was on film because they were filming it.
Yes.
And hit that missile with 2 little beams of light, and it just went off course and self-destructed.
That is the best
And
story. Oh,
I know it, man. And like I've heard that, and like this witness was saying, he took the film. So he was talking about it in his, old age when they don't give a damn about violating the secrets anymore. And also there are reports of UFOs hovering over nuclear bases and turning on the missiles and like getting the pre-launch countdown started and then shutting it down.
yep. That's so it was a guy who, the background on that is, every time there's a nuclear launch, they film it and they use these, at the time. Now I believe it was the 60s or 70s, and they were using, these super high-tech cameras, and they would hire contractors out and sometimes hire them into the government. And they, sometimes contractors have security clearances. So this guy's telling the story of when that nuclear bomb launched, and if you look at the film, there is a UFO. Now the film is not out there, of course, because the government took it, but this is the guy telling the story of it. And this was part of the disclosure event too. And he said that a UFO paced it, zapped it a couple times, and disarmed it or something, and it went off course. And what Doomcock just said. But you could tell sometimes. Listen, there's a lot of times when these people tell their stories, you can tell they're full of it. This guy was either a great liar, and why would he lie about this? He hasn't written. This particular gentleman has written no books, not gone on tour. He just told his story and left. That was it. So, as far as there being no real credible info towards, I mean, like, what's credible info? I have a theory that if a UFO lands on the White House lawn, depending on which party's president is in at the time, whoever is the party who isn't in the White House won't believe the UFO landed. And the people who agree with the party of the president who is in the White House will believe the UFO landed, even though we all see it. That's how partisan things are these days. But that's neither here nor there. But I can definitely, if anybody wants a link to that, I can find it on YouTube, and that guy telling the story, and you can judge for yourself. You can certainly judge for yourself.
Fantastic. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Brother Malachi, for that. That was funny. Nicholas Glenn with a very good point that has occurred to me as well. And a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas, again, sir. And he says, the military is so quick on the scene every time because they are the ones that produced it. Well, I guess that's possible. But again, the level of technology suggests that that's not the case, especially in this Australian one that I just said. Because why are they so desperately out there in the field searching? Why are they burning the grass? Who cares? Who cares? If it's just their test, then they could just, they can tell us anything they want. And why would they be testing it like in that area anyway, in broad daylight?
Near a school.
It's just, it's just kind of wacky. These guys, they have facilities. They have secure airspace. They have, bases and stuff.
And this is Australia. They have a giant desert. They can do whatever the hell they want in, probably. That's not reserved to be a national park or something like that. But like that, we have that here too. We have Nevada, the entire state of Nevada, which is dead basically. So it's salt flats and nothing. And yeah, they could do that. So it's weird. It's definitely weird. That is a weird story. I can't wait to see that movie.
You're going to like it. It's really cool. Very, very well done. Very well investigated. But Nicholas Glenn, you're right. I mean, if that's the case, then that basically has to say that they have this incredible technology and have since 1966 and have managed to keep it under their vests for what, over half a century?
Mm-hmm.
Really? I don't know. I don't know. And not only keep it under their vests, but not really put it to any kind of commercial use.
That's the tough one for me. Is if well, it's Bob Lazar, I think, explained that well. That's the one I have hard time believing, that we have technology that actually works and we're currently using it. It's like, why didn't we use it in any of the wars? Why didn't we farm it out to a company that can make billions of dollars, and that's billions of dollars in tax money. So that's a great argument that Bob Lazar has said that we basically have figured out how to turn it on, but we don't know what to do beyond that.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Like we can't fly it. We don't know anything about it. And what did he equate it to? Dropping a motorcycle in the 1800s, and they might figure out how to turn it on, but not how to fix it, or put more, or make the gas that needs to go into it. And yeah.
Right.
So,
make spark plugs.
Yep.
That kind of thing. Or God forbid, like a fiber optic cable, it's interesting. And I don't pretend to know what's going on, but you just have to ask yourself those questions, because, governments are driven by profit, like everything else. Ultimately, wars are for profit, whether it's like financial profit or profit in terms of territory, profit in terms of prestige. There's always a gain. And all technologies are eventually exploited to make money, licensed out to the private sector, used by defense contractors and stuff. We certainly wouldn't be wasting all these resources and stuff sending a stupid rover to Mars if we could just fly over there and check it out ourselves. So I don't know. It's a very interesting question, Nicholas, and you're spot on to be thinking about that. You really are. Cotton candy hair Jeremy again with a $4.99 super chat and a hair full of cotton candy. And he says, the predator can bend light. That's how it's able to camouflage itself. Maybe predators are real, LOL. A very interesting story, though. It is an interesting story. Well, the Romulan warbird from Balance of Terror could also selectively bend light, although according to Spock, the power requirements are enormous. So
the Klingons had it first, obviously, because Star Trek.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Oh yes, the Klingorks, because Mikey Spock wouldn't lie, right? Mikey Spock was there, and the story of Mikey Spock is the ultimate Star Trek story. I mean, it's the real straight
and her
dope.
mom. Oh, her mom. Forget Mikey Spock. Her mom.
Yeah.
Oof.
And I got something to sober up the chat here. Something to just make you sleep soundly, folks. Now, Mikey Spock has a goddamn time machine. And that means that Mikey Spock can be in Picard. And Mikey Spock can be in the animated series at any time, any frame. Every damn Star Trek from now on can have Mikey Spock.
That Van Sitter's tweet is ominous. The one where he says, what if all Star Trek timelines are canon? And this is the guy who's in charge of the brand right now. And he's a fan by all accounts. He's like a good fan and everything, but I don't know.
Disturbing. But anyway, you're right. Cotton candy hair Jeremy. Maybe it's the predators. Maybe they came to Australia, and maybe that's why that girl never came back. Maybe they got that girl.
They had the predator creature in Skinwalker.
That's right. Weird, huh?
Yeah.
What if these like fantasies of ours and our science fiction and our stories of aliens and stories of predators and stuff are all like part of a consciousness, and sometimes these things manifest because we think about them? That would be messed up.
Kinda
Don't
like
think
the-
about aliens, kids.
Yeah,
Don't think about aliens tonight.
America, kind of like American Gods. They
Yeah.
all manifested due to belief, and
That's right.
yeah.
So maybe like mass belief of the Greys has made the Greys come to Earth. Who knows?
Yeah.
Party Elm CV's on. Hail again, sir, with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. And he says, if space itself was being warped, a la the surfing on space theorized warp drive, then light would bend too, I assume. Maybe it's not so theoretical. Well, look, man, traveling at the speed of light or faster than light is really not going to be a viable form of travel. You know, it's just not. I mean, the relativistic effects of it would basically mean, okay, you got to the, planet or whatever, you got to the other star system, but meanwhile your planet has aged, hundreds of years or thousands of years due to the relativistic effects. So it's just not really sustainable. So you're going to have something else, some kind of wormhole thing, some kind of folding space like the Spice Guild, the Navigators Guild in Dune, something along those lines. Traveling at the speed of light is not really the answer. And, I believe that it was explained to me by a physicist one time that, due to the correlation of energy and mass, basically as you attempted to drive a mass to the speed of light, the mass would correspondingly increase as it went. And so it would hit like a kind of infinite mass at some point. It's just not practical. It's just not going to work. Einstein said that there's a speed of light barrier for a reason. The math convinced him of this. So there's got to be some other trick if indeed aliens are coming here. If not, it might be, future, Earth visitors. It could be, who the hell knows? Imaginary thought forms. Could be bullshit. Who knows? But I don't know. Gary, any thoughts on that before we move on?
No. I was reading a chat here. I've mentioned this before, but there was a guy who claimed to fight off 3 or 4 aliens who were trying to grab him, and I shit you not, he climbed up into a tree and shot arrows at him to keep them away. Just to be a fly in the other tree to see that would have been pretty funny. Shooting arrows at an alien. Oh man.
That's great.
That's great.
That's kind of goofy. But if you've got arrows and you've got a tree and you've got aliens, I'd do the same. I think there's anyone here would basically do the same unless they were petrified with fear. But if they were kind of ballsy, God knows, Captain Marvel and Mikey Spock would be shooting those arrows. And anything in life, I ask myself, what would Captain Marvel and Mikey Spock do? Not
exist.
Yeah,
exist, and things will just work out for them.
I don't give a damn what they do. They're completely idiots. Thank you, Party Alm CV. That's very interesting. Marcus Jose, the $5 super chat. Thank you, Marcus. And he says they did the wiki thing to a science video on Van Allen radiation belts. By the way, Apollo 11 went around the vast majority of the belt, skimming the edges. See, now I've heard that, and that's interesting to me. So are you saying that the Van Allen radiation belts are like a line or something, like a front? It was my impression that they kind of went around the Earth in a uniform way, not that there was like some kind of edge that you could go around. Maybe what they're saying is that their trajectory carried them, like, let's say that it's like a horseshoe coming out, but between the pole or something. It's surrounding. Maybe there's like a thin area of the radiation where they could kind of get through.
Yeah.
I don't really know. Does anyone in the chat know? If you see anything interesting in there, Gary, let me know about that. I've wondered about that.
I will keep an eye out for it.
Don't really know. I mean, I assumed that Peter Allen says, I've heard that we can't get past that belt from the anti-NASA crowd. NASA, I don't know about being anti-NASA, but I do know NASA really doesn't communicate very much. They keep a lot of things secret. For example, they knew about this 160 megaton, no, kiloton, excuse me, 160 kiloton explosion over the Baltic Sea and didn't say anything for months until pressed. So NASA is slippery, you know, regardless of whether they're hiding anything about aliens or anything like that. You can't really trust those guys. Never a straight answer is a acronym for NASA for a reason, you know.
They airbrush stuff out of their pictures too. That's been
they do.
More than one person has said that, and there it is. There has been a lot of whistleblowers, tons, and they're just not believed. And I think that's probably the biggest thing the ufology has got to fight and face. Ufology, the whole group of ufology kind of screws themselves over because there are tons of bad actors in that field, and there are charlatans, and they invite them to the conferences, and it is part of being tolerant, for lack of a better word, of being open to everything. But I mean, I think they need to be kind of gatekeepers a little bit. I know that's a bad word around here, but in ufology, I went to Contact in the Desert a couple of years ago, and there, like, of course, there's the Richard Dolans and Robert Bivals and Graham Hancocks who are there, and they're great. And then there's, I won't even name them, but there's a couple people there who are just straight up charlatans, like making stuff up, and you can tell their stories. I mean, I've watched their lectures, and at first I believed them, but then I saw their stories changing all the time, and it's just like, and that's what ruins it for, because that all you have to do is point to that person, and it screws up the whole field. And then we also have just basic human belief. Most people want to go about their day, go to work. I don't want to be, you know what? What does it matter if there's aliens out there? If they're not bugging us, who cares? Like, why do I care about this? And that's the biggest thing we have to get over, is like, why is it important? I think it's the single biggest story in the history of mankind that we're not alone in the universe, and it's a big deal. But I think there's just, and I'm not saying anybody in the chat, this isn't a judgment or anything. I just think some people, like, don't want to deal with it. Just simply, why would I want to deal with that? It's hard to wrap your brain around, or it goes against a belief system. And that's hard to fight unless you have like really concrete proof. And the most concrete proof will have to be an alien giving a press conference and then showing off his ship, and then they'll like and then even if like CNN goes in there, a bunch of people aren't going to believe it, and they probably shouldn't because it's CNN. But you know, yeah, you know, maybe if it's a YouTuber live streaming with an alien and touring them through the ship, maybe more people will believe at that point. But there's some people who are just straight up never going to believe, no matter what.
That's true. That's true.
You know, and that's cool. That's you know, they're right, of course.
Yeah, I think that's good way to look at it. Brian Fontenot says the radiation sucks, but there are ways around it, like keeping the planet between you and the sun. Also, we've sent probes to Mercury and Venus recently, and they survived. Well, yeah, I mean, the issue is not really the mechanics. You know, the mechanisms themselves are not going to suffer because of the radiation. It would be really the health of the astronauts that would be the problem, theoretically. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, we send probes all over the place, and they're just fine. Radiation isn't really a problem for them. And Loquacious Primate says the belts are not uniform. There are spaces where the flux is minimal. Interesting. I wonder how we would detect that, but that's interesting. Let's see. We have got, thank you, Marcus Jose, for that super chat. Bruce Lombardo says, with a $4.99 super chat, and this one might be for you, Gary. Bruce Lombardo, thank you, Bruce, says, I would love to hear your thoughts on the Serpo mythology. Hey, Nerdrotic. Hey, Doomcock. Serpo. Do you know what he's talking about, Gary?
No.
in on that mythology and ancient astronauts and so on.
Project Serpo. There are a number of planets or moons whose existence is not supported by science. Part of this theory is the astronomical interpretation of the Babylonian creation myth. I have not heard it referred to as Serpo. Maybe I'm out of it. There's a number of planets here. Lilith, hypothetical second moon of Earth, supposedly about the same mass as Earth's moon, proposed in 1918 by an astrologer who called himself Sephiriel. I don't know this one. Wow.
Well,
is it based on okay? Is it partially Zachariah Sitchin? With the 12th planet and stuff like that. That I know, like Nibiru and but I've not heard of that.
No, I've never heard of this, Bruce. So
yeah, you got me. Yeah. I'm gonna check it out. Serpo. Here it is. Project Serpo is an alleged top secret exchange program between the United States government and an alien planet called Serpo in Zeta Reticuli. Oh, I didn't know it was called Serpo. So this is okay, gotcha. Yes. There you go.
Yes, Immortal Coil in the chat is saying alleged exchange program between Earth and Zeta Reticuli.
The programs have appeared in several UFO conspiracy stories, including one incident in 1983 in which a man identified himself as a U.S. Air Force Sergeant Richard C. Doughty contacted investigative journalist Linda Moulton Howe, claiming to be able to supply her Air Force records of the exchange for her HBO documentary, The E.T. Factor, only to pull out without providing any evidence or substantiated story. And one incident in 2005 when a series of emails were sent to a UFO discussion group run by Victor Martinez, claiming that the project was real. Some verifications on the conspiracy story state that the name Serpo is the nickname for extrasolar planet, is the nickname of the extrasolar planet. Over other versions state that this is a mispronunciation of either Serpenia or Senia by U.S. authorities involved in the project. The first mention of Project Serpo was in a UFO email list maintained by enthusiast Victor Martinez. Various versions of the conspiracy theory circulated and were later detailed on a website. According to the most common version of the story, an alien survived a crash near Roswell in the late 1940s. This alien was detained but treated well by American military forces, contacted its home planet, and eventually repatriated. The story continues by claiming that this led to an establishment of some sort of a relationship between the American government and the people of its home world, said to be a planet of the binary star system Zeta Reticuli. Zeta Reticuli has a history in ufology, including Betty and Barney Hill abduction and Bob Lazar story, having been claimed as a home system of an alien race called the Greys. So that's part of the whole Eisenhower deal that was supposedly made, where I'm guessing this is like, so Eisenhower was in Palm Springs, disappeared for a little while, went to Edwards Air Force Base, met with some aliens, made a deal, and part of that deal was for some technology, and in exchange, we maybe give people, and
right.
Then which could lead down all kinds of rabbit holes. But
well,
that's the theory.
Yeah. Well, Gary, that ties into our ExoZone last week, because one of the things that whistleblower, that hacker, found in the database that he broke into in the Pentagon was a spreadsheet with a list of names that said non-terrestrial personnel. Remember that?
Yep.
Maybe that was this list of astronauts.
Maybe.
Because Bruce Lombardo here with another super chat. I'll go ahead and jump to that, Bruce, just because we're talking about it right now. Thank you for this $4.99 super chat, Bruce. And he says, I was referring to the 8 or so astronauts that left in 1958. Project Serpo, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, was based on this. So basically, at the end of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, when the astronauts are filing onto the ship, that essentially he's saying was inspired by this Project Serpo.
Yep. It goes on to say the story finally claims that 12 American military personnel visited the planet between 1965 and 1978, and that all of the party have since died from after effects of high radiation levels from the two suns. Another version of the story says that 8 team members returned on the 7th month trek home. Team member 308, team pilot number 2, died of pulmonary embolism en route to Serpo. On the 9-month journey, 11 arrived safely, 1 died on their planet, and both of their bodies were returned to Earth, while 2 others decided to remain on the alien homeworld of Serpo. And there is a link. One criticism of Project Serpo stems from the lack of veracity of one of the alleged witnesses, Sergeant Richard Doughty. Doughty has been involved in other alleged UFO-related activities. See Majestic 12, Paul Burnett's, and thus is discredited source. This is according to Wikipedia, though, which I think is a discredited source. So yeah, that's I didn't I honestly didn't. I knew Close Encounters was based on a bunch of stuff. I didn't know it was based on this. I don't know everything though. So there you go.
We don't know everything, but our chat does.
Yeah,
I think that
thank
the
God for the chat.
combined like knowledge of human experience can be found in a typical ExoZone chat or in Nerdrotic or Doomcock's like regular live stream chats. There's such a wealth of information here. So many interesting people. It's absolutely astonishing.
Oh, dude, I have been turned on to so many things that I wouldn't even have considered because of the chat. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's brilliant. That's why we mean it when we say you guys are part of the show. You are the show. If there is no chat, there is no show. There is no channel. There's nothing.
Absolutely, that's right. In fact, this whole Australian, Roswell story tonight was a result of somebody who tipped me off here either in the chat or contacted me directly via Twitter.
Yeah.
So really, you guys are incredible. And
can I want to answer one chat here. ExoZone needs to have Giorgio A. Tsoukalos on the show. You know what, Jason Bourne? Is that the real Jason Bourne? I'm glad to see he's settled down and he's like watching live streams now and he's not on the run anymore. I'm really glad because the shaky camera has stopped.
God damn, I hated that shaky camera.
I know. So I know Giorgio Tsoukalos.
Oh,
I do. I helped him with his reel that eventually turned into Ancient Aliens. It was part of when I was in a 4-month film school while I was owning the comic shop to get a second job because it was 2008 and the recession hit in, and I wanted to keep my comic store even though it wasn't making any money. I had to go take another job, so I decided to take up editing. I took a 4-month crash course in editing and learned it and actually got a job from it. But one of my student projects was through a friend, and I met Giorgio Tsoukalos, and we were in San Francisco. Giorgio rented a room for my friend, had a mattress that was on the floor surrounded by books. He didn't have a pot to piss in, and this was in 2010. He was doing his he had a magazine he produced, and he was working with Aaron Von Daniken, and I got to meet him, hang out with him. He's totally cool dude. And this was prior, and then 2 years later, he's on Ancient Aliens, and he's big time, and it's crazy. But I could reach out to him. I saw him at Contact in the Desert 2 years ago, and we had a nice long conversation, and yeah, it was cool. So yeah, maybe we can get Giorgio on. That'd be fun.
That would be awesome.
Super cool dude. So
pull that string, go ahead and pull the string. Make that contact work, man. That would be awesome. And yeah, man, I'm loving this chat. This is great.
It's so good. You guys are so good.
Yeah, you guys really are. All right, let us continue on here. Thank you, Bruce Lombardo, for that. We've got Brother Malachi here again with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Brother Malachi. And Brother Malachi says, I prefer the zoo hypothesis, but more akin to a game reserve where no one is supposed to visit. Of course, there are the few that come here illegally or no. So basically you're saying that Earth could be a zoo, but is more like a game reserve.
Game preserve.
Yeah.
like the wild animal park down in San Diego.
Yeah.
Natural habitats and okay. Yeah.
Well, it's
I've actually
possible.
thought about that one. I have. I like I've thought about we're a penal colony, we're a zoo, we're a petri dish, we're all kinds of stuff. We live inside the eye of a giant. We live inside of a cell. I have thought about all this stuff.
Well, you have more experience than I in certain practices and substances
Yes.
that kind of inspire that. But the sad thing is, I think about this shit stone cold sober. So that's worse.
Kind of is.
I'm
No,
ashamed.
it's not. You are. Yeah, no, you're a curious soul. That's good. I like that.
I am. Plus, I've read a lot of comic books. How can you
Yep.
not think this stuff, having been, reading Marvel comics and reading Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and stuff? I mean, hell, really? I mean, that's why we do the ExoZone. I mean, the reason that we do ExoZone is because we are fans of the fantastic. We love things that are imaginative, that kind of spark our inspire us, spark our imaginations, and not only comics and science fiction do, but also these potential things in the world that might just be real. I doubt all of them to varying degrees. UFOs, I doubt the least of all. I'll put it that way, because there's just so much damn proof. But I don't know what they are. I don't know that they're aliens. I don't know that they're government craft. Who the hell knows? Maybe they're atmospheric conditions. Maybe we're seeing projections of thought. Who the hell knows? All I know is that it's interesting. It is interesting. And I think we can all agree on that, even if we disagree on what it is, or even if you think, well, this is mass delusion, or this is, BS, or it's hoaxing. Well, all those options are interesting too. And that's why we like to talk about them, because, hoaxes, these elaborate, hoaxes that are making these crop circles all around the world so obsessively that result in filming Bigfoot and hearing these weird cries in the woods. I mean, if it's all hoaxes, that's pretty interesting. I mean, we should pay tribute to that kind of artistry, because it's really almost like performance art if that's the case. And I still think it's interesting to talk about.
Yeah. I mean, if we just live in a giant jackass episode, or I don't know. We could. Yeah.
A cosmic Alan Funt, welcome to Candid Global Camera. We're photographing the primitives here as they blow themselves up, and a great time is being had by all. And we're going to probe a few. Don't forget about the probing. Never forget about the probing, Dale. Thank you, Brother Malachi. Party Elm Sivi-san with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, sir, very much for that again, Party. And he says, what if aliens are prudes who are afraid of how many humans would be willing to bone them? If so, I'm doing my part to keep us safe. Still want to see them.
As below, so above. I think.
So what? Are they like deluded SJW aliens that think that every single one of the humans looks at them only for their bodies? It's always the ones that look like they should. I need to stop. I'm gonna say something really rude, and I don't want the hordes to descend on me. It's just the least bangable of the pack are usually the ones most convinced that we want to jump their bones. And that holds true with the aliens, because I never saw an alien that I wanted to probe. Never. On the cover of Communion and videos and cartoons, they're fugly. And I'm the Nords, so I don't know, man. Good. I don't know.
Those Nord ladies, they're like 7 feet tall and white hair. And
right.
Yeah,
right. The story of Antonio Villaboas. I'm sure you know that story, Gary.
Yes.
Where he was taken onto a ship. He was smeared with some kind of substance that excited him. And then a gorgeous white-haired woman, stark naked, entered. Think Life Force, only blonde, looking like the Khaleesi, essentially.
Yeah.
And you know, he was despite the weirdness of the alien setting on the ship, he, you know, did what a Villa Boas has got to do. His Villa Boa served him well, and he
His Villa boa constrictor.
yes, exactly. And then at the end, she walked away and like put her hand on her belly and pointed up towards the stars to say that he had given her I guess a space baby. Yeah, this is a famous case in ufology.
Just
But
think
I
like
don't know.
Bridget Nielsen, you know, as an
Yeah.
alien coming at you, and I want to make a hybrid. Are you gonna say no? I mean, are you gonna? All right. I cannot pronounce Salvador Dulski said we're an alien sex farm. Maybe. Maybe, yeah. Sounds like a
Working on
band.
a sex farm, trying to raise some hard love, getting out my pitchfork and poking your hay. Hopefully every geek in the place knows what that was. I
What
hope
was
every
it?
single person here.
I
knew
don't know what
was.
that was. What was that?
Dude, are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. Maybe I'm off tonight, man. You know?
Oh, dude, that's Spinal Tap.
Oh God, yes. I was like, I thought that sounded familiar. I've seen them live too. Damn it.
Oh man, you're lucky. I wish I'd have seen them. They're damn, they're good.
It's okay. So real quick, I saw Spinal Tap live. It was the early aughts, late 90s, something like that, when they went on their tour. And I went to this place in San Diego called Humphreys, and it was in a neighborhood, so they couldn't play loud, and they had to stop at 10 o'clock. It sucked, and they couldn't stop talking shit about it. They're like, yeah, we can't go up to 7, much less 11 with our amps. They had to play at a certain level. It's kind of a bummer.
Oh,
It was
man.
almost an acoustic show, but it was still funny as hell. They were great.
Spinal Tap Unplugged. Very nice.
Yeah, man. See, well, that's, you know what? Drugs in the 80s, man.
Well, I'm still being jealous. You know, I'm still being jealous. And Brass Hole is saying, "Hey, Gary,
Yeah.
any luck finding that recording of that weird voice on Logan's video? I'm really curious about that sound you heard."
I did find that, and I gotta maybe if I use my OBS software one night, I can play it for you all, or I can put what I'll do is I can put it on one of my other YouTube channels. I've got like 6, so one of my secret ones, and I can lead you all to it. But I did find it. Yeah, it's weird. It's definitely weird. It's my EVP. Yeah.
Nice. I want to send a shout out to my Legionnaire and Castellan, Xena the Terse. She has appeared, and
Hail.
I say hail to Xena the Terse. She is awesome. I'm very fond of Xena the Terse. All right. Thank you, Party Almcv. Very, very bizarre comment. Aliens are prudes who are afraid of how many humans. Maybe they're alien incels. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's where it came from. Maybe the incel movement is the attempt to conquer us. If they go ahead and interfere in our ability to breed, if they essentially are spreading a virus that turns us all into incels, we'll be gone in a generation, and they can wait. They've got plenty of time to wait. Like the telly detector man in the young ones. Anyway.
Yes.
Oh, I could wait. Oh, I've got lots of experience in waiting. And when that TV comes out the other end, I'll be here. Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $2 super chat. Hail Psycho Dwarf 9. And he says, I wonder how many UFOs are alien anthropologists. Oh boy, I bet a lot of them.
Yep.
Whether they're AIs, whether they are biological, whether they are future humans from Earth, time traveling, I would say that they probably all are anthropologists to some extent. I think that's safe. Don't you think, Gary?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're all Mikey Spock.
Mikey
Xenobiologists.
Yeah. Mikey Spock isn't so much an anthropologist. She's really only interested in studying Mikey Spock. She's a Mikey Spockologist.
It's Mikey Spockologist.
Yes. She is every woman in the world to her. Yeah, that's basically Marky Spock. Mark C. Hey, Mark C. Thank you, sir, for the $5 super chat. And he says, have to assume that there is a tunnel connection, Denver Airport to NORAD. Interesting. How far away is NORAD from? Where is NORAD anyway?
I thought NORAD was in Utah, I guess.
So
yeah.
from Denver to Utah,
It's at Mary. It's at Mary's house. Mary's at NORAD.
Oh, yeah. Mary, are you keeping stuff from us?
NORAD? That's a good question. I used to know when I watched
War
games. Yeah. Do you want to play a game? It is in Colorado Springs.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Founded in Colorado Springs. Now, okay, yeah. North American Aerospace Defense Command, known until March 1980 as the North American Air Defense Command, is a combined organization in the United States and Canada. Oh, I didn't know we were combined with the Canadians.
Ooh, interesting.
Wow.
We're networking.
Yeah, it doesn't really. It says it was founded in Colorado Springs. Maybe it is in Colorado. It's a bi organization, a binational organization.
Binational.
Yeah,
there we go.
There you go.
Well, I like Canada.
I didn't know we were in a bi relationship with Canada.
Yeah. Well, I don't care. I think they're great.
That explains a lot.
Yeah. Douglas Nelson says the aliens aren't trying to communicate with us. They're communicating with the dolphins. Wouldn't be surprised.
That's yeah. I thought it was the mice. If you read your hitchhiker, which I'm wearing my hitchhiker, or you can't see, but I'm wearing my hitchhiker shirt right now. It's the mice.
Sweet.
Yes.
Sweet.
It's a giant super. We're just on a giant computer trying to figure out the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Right. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
And the Vogons are on their way.
Well, you know what? That Oumuamua may have been a surveyor.
It might, yeah, it might have been,
you know,
a hyperspace bypass.
Oh God. Speaking of bypasses, I'll need one if they have the season finale is them cloning Mikey Spock, as Philip A. DeMick says. That would be awful. I'll need a coronary bypass if they do that. That would be awful. Michael Burnham equals 42, says Jason Bourne. Now you're just being sick. You're just being sick, Jason, at this point. That's easy.
That's the closest to blasphemy you can get here.
Yes. And everyone in the chat is saying 42. So that's 42? One of the funniest damn things I've ever read in my life was Deep Thought. And that whole sequence is one of the absolute favorite things I have ever read or seen. Absolutely incredible. And Mary Ashmead says, we have hit 3 hours, Gary, and we still have 412 people watching.
Thank you. You guys are brilliant.
412 people. Please consider.
Love the Exo chat.
Man, absolutely. And if you guys are enjoying yourselves, please consider licking that like button, pushing that thumbs up. Let YouTube know, damn it, you like this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you know what? They suppress it. I mean, they'll say, hey, nobody's interested in this stuff, especially these long videos are very problematic to them. It really hurts the channel.
After they spent an entire VidCon telling us all this is what they want. Yeah. That was the whole thing. I went to freaking VidCon and all I heard was, we want people watching live streams. It's more people engaged, and they have done nothing to fix the algorithm for that, which I don't like. Even though more and more people live stream every day now, there's it's I don't understand it.
I don't either. It's weird.
The second funniest thing I ever read in Hitchhiker, I was in junior high and I was reading Life, the Universe, and it was Life, the Universe, and Everything, right? Yeah, where we got God's or was it So Long and Thanks for All? And now I can't remember, but it was the book with the God's last message to his creation in it. We apologize for the inconvenience. That was hilarious. That I can believe. That is something I can get behind.
Very good. Very good. So thank you, Mark C. I think that's a safe assumption that there would be a tunnel connection from Denver Airport to NORAD. That makes absolute sense. 6 turning, 4 burning. or six toinen for Boynen, if you're a Creedence Clearwater Revival fan, with a $20 super chat. Thank you, sir. And he says, and that's very generous, sir. Thank you very much. And he says, there's been a persistent story that President Eisenhower met with aliens in 1954 at Holloman Air Force Base. It is claimed that they made a deal that they would leave Earth alone if they were allowed to take people for study over time. Yeah. Well, how has that deal worked out since, we've kept seeing UFOs. So we've kept having this abduction thing supposedly going on, although, it's a controversial thing. But yeah, I don't know that was a very good deal if that was the case. If we actually did that, it's kind of suspicious. Gary, do you think that the missing the 411 is basically aliens abducting people from national parks?
I don't know what other explanation there could be, because if you listen to Dave Pauletti's, and he's pretty damn thorough, and the cases he looks at are the ones that are not related to somebody. He discounts suicide, animal attack, or somebody just basically getting lost. And what's unique about these situations is a lot of times they have either video or somebody was standing next to somebody and they just disappear like they walk through a portal. So it's either a portal or, let's just say 80% of his cases are truly just people who get lost. Okay, what about the other 20%? It's weird. And for he's gotten close to saying that's what it is. Mm-hmm. Each time he comes on George Knapp, if you listen to the early interviews to now, he's getting much closer to stating what it is. Because at first he absolutely refused to say, he basically says, I don't know what's happening to these people, but I'm just presenting you the evidence of what I know. And this is what people know. And especially the weird part is the people they find when they're dead, and the circumstances they're in, and they're by bodies of water, like you said before. There's these similarities that he calls clusters. Mm-hmm. It's weird. Maybe it is a glitch in the Matrix, DJ Bowman. It could be. They are creepy. The 411 cases are creepy.
They are kind of a blast to listen to, though. Just not at night, listening at night can kind of mess up your head, especially if you live close to a body of water.
Yep. And then somebody brought up in the chat, there is one case where there's a weird phone call, and Loud Toilet says one of those 411 cases had a very creepy phone call. It did. I can't remember it now, but there is one where there was a weird phone call that somebody called in and saying they sounded like they were in trouble and they didn't know what, they were confused. They're like, I don't know where I am. I don't know what's going on. And that was the last they ever heard of them.
So it was really vague like that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that some more. But, God, I've listened to hours of that. So
we should listen to, a number of those and do a special on that stuff, because I think that would be really cool and creepy, especially at night,
Yep.
I'd like that.
I would too.
Brother Malachi with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Brother Malachi. He says, could you guys put Bill's channel, Real or Fake, on here for an episode? He's a bit kiddie, but at least he teaches kids to examine vids instead of taking them at face value. I don't know. God knows, as we go on, I think that we can make room for people. My feeling is that, the chat is really the star of the show, but I think when we have a guest, Gary, we could do maybe like 30 minutes to an hour with that guest. Maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
I am open to anything. I got to check it out though.
I've not heard this guy.
See if it fits with the vibe.
Yeah, exactly. But, in general, when we do that, we don't want to crowd you guys out by having a guest. So really any guests that we have on the show, I want to be a spur for you guys, for your discussion and your ideas, and to inform and entertain you guys, not to make them kind of the star. I mean, it would have to be somebody like Paulides or I mean, some of these kind of big shots, Dolan or, something like that to basically. Of course, if we did that, Gary, I imagine what we would do is just not do it live. I mean, maybe that's the thing. If we get some kind of, really big name or something like that that's willing to talk to us, we might just go do it offline and just post it.
Yeah. Well, that's a good idea.
Because it's not fair to keep people waiting and stuff for things like that, but we still want to present it. I don't know. Just thoughts. We don't know.
Yeah.
We're kind of filling this out as we go, right?
Yep.
Thank you, Brother Malachi. So we'll think about that. We'll look into it and we'll talk about it. Turd Burglar with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Turd Burglar. And Turd Burglar says about elites digging in mountains and basically building a safe places for them to go and hide. Is it coincidence that Revelation 6:15-16 talks about these elites hiding in these places when God returns? I don't know. That's an interesting thing, prophecy and Nostradamus and Revelations and things like this. I'm not convinced that it's bogus, because there is evidence that, I've expressed the point of view that the entire universe may be a non-dual consciousness that is essentially playing out the roles of all the myriad creatures and phenomenon of the material world, diluting itself essentially almost like a game, like some kind of fun sport. But if time is an illusion, if time is not native to that consciousness's unmanifested state, let's put it that way, then the Akashic record and this consciousness would know everything that there is to know, but it would be kidding itself and deliberately forgetting. So aspects of that manifestation might well glimpse into other times, other places, kind of like remote viewing and that kind of thing that we talked about last week, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
And it's possible. Your thoughts on it?
I not that deep. That one's tough for me.
Weird stuff,
Yes, that one's tough for me. I just say anything's possible.
Anything's possible. Fair enough. Thank you, Turd Burglar. Is it coincidence? I don't know.
I love when you get like brilliant questions from Turd Burglar.
I know. Well, that's a very profound point you've raised, Turd Burglar. Oh man. Well, he's got to be a collector of the eclectic if he's actually burgling turds.
Yes. Well, he must have everything by now.
So. Some of them are fossilized. Maybe some of them are quite.
Maybe there are turds that are worth money, to be honest with you. Like dinosaur turds.
Yeah, who knows, But coincidence that Revelation says that, I don't know.
I don't know if it said it. I mean, because I haven't read Revelations. I went to Sunday school a long time ago, but I don't think we ever got that far. I don't think they were teaching Revelations in Sunday school.
Not at the start.
No.
And you didn't stay for the whole show, so you kind of skipped out before the denouement, the epilogue. But it's I seem to remember that something about that they shall seek the low places of the world or hide in places from the Lord or something along those lines. It's interesting. It's so fascinating when these things line up. These synchronous. And
so many things do from the past. It's crazy. Yeah.
It's fascinating. Thank you, Turd Burglar, for that inspiring post. Nicholas Glenn with a $1.99 super chat and a message for you, Gary. He says, we'll see you in Chi-Town, Gary.
Yes.
You need to come out.
I would love for Doomcock to come to Celebration. I think it would be great.
Is that where Star Wars Celebration?
Yeah, Star Wars Celebration. People want you to go. People definitely want you to go. So there's going to be a big YouTuber meetup Friday the 12th of April. And I'm like just getting back from Italy around that time, and I'm just going to jump on another plane or drive. I don't know, I might drive. And I don't know if I'm going to make I probably will go to one day of celebration, maybe. But I'm more going to hang out with the other YouTubers, because I guess Jeff from World Class Bullshitter's got a bar, or somebody offered up a bar and the Fandom Menace is all meeting there, and I mean everybody's going. Everybody's going to be there, Doomcock.
Well,
So,
not Doomcock, I guess. I don't know.
Your name has been brought up quite a bit. So,
well, one of my guys, one of my Legionnaires, T Light, is going to be at Celebration. And he has printed up about 100 buttons of the "Without respect, we reject."
oh,
He's going to be wearing it and circulating around. And anyone that asks him about that button, he will hand a button to.
like
So
ask me about Jesus. Ask me about Doomcock.
good news about Doomcock. And if you ask him that,
dude, you need that shirt. Have you heard the good news about Doomcock? That is, and have a little manifesto written up of like your conquest. I think that would be
pamphlet illustrated like Chick Stone, whatever his name was.
That'd be great.
Little Hellfire cartoons. That would be funny.
Oh my God. I think that shirt needs to be made. Ask me about Doomcock.
Have you heard the good news about Doomcock?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Nicholas Glenn. I don't have any plans to go out to
okay.
celebration.
I wish you could. It'd be great to have you there, but I
can't really afford it. You know what I mean? It's expensive to fly to Chicago.
It's gonna, it's not. I'm probably not gonna be able to either, but I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go anyway. Well,
I'm gonna go anyway. I might have to hitchhike back, but it's all right.
Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir, for that again. And he says a super precise alignment of the dew line and frost line in phase, aimed at asteroid 2 years out. Boy, that's enigmatic. I no idea what you're talking about. So there's an asteroid 2 years out. What is this dew line?
There is an asteroid here. I'll look it up. You can I guess read the next chat and I'll look it up.
Okay. But I don't know what a dew line and frost line is. That's weird. Anyway, Trioxin with a $10 super chat. Hail Trioxin, and thank you, sir. And he says, thoughts on the hypothesis that there was a war in our solar system in the distant past, and the asteroid belt is a remnant of an exploded planet from this conflict. Well, Trioxin, I don't know that it was a war. I believe that the ideas of Sinchin and also Velikovsky, worlds in collision, wasn't it basically that there's a planet, this Nibiru or whatever, the 10th planet that they're talking about, with a wildly irregular orbit, like went through and collided with another planet and caused that asteroid belt that way, that it wasn't a war so much as a kind of a planetary collision of some kind. I'm not entirely sure. I think Gary knows more about this stuff. He's looking up on this whole asteroid that's 2 years out in July.
There's one the size of the Empire State Building on its way. It's a 1 in 2,000 chance, which is pretty. That's pretty good. That's a good chance. Its size of the Empire State Building would, by the time it got through our atmosphere, that would cause some trouble. I don't think it would be an extinction level event, but it would definitely cause some trouble. They think it's it's 2 years out.
God. Well, we're really maybe in the midst of kind of what I heard is that we're in the midst of a cycle of these things. I mean, they're called the Taurids, but that's why we've had like 3 impacts of sizable asteroids in the past, 6 months or a year. That impact on the moon, the 160 kiloton explosion over the Baltic Sea, which is basically like 160 Hiroshima atomic bombs. just to let you guys know. I mean, if anyone you guys didn't know what a kiloton is, it's 1,000 tons of TNT. So it's equivalent to 160,000 tons of TNT.
Damn.
It's
And we
100
hear about it months later.
oceans
So
over the sea. If that had hit the land,
ugh.
and that's what NASA said. Oh, but it was no problem. It was out over the ocean. Well, okay, great. But you might want to let us know, so maybe we'll start taking this shit seriously and really detecting these damn things and having some kind of plan to divert them.
Here's one that's kind of scary. Okay, let me pull up this paper. This is from NASA. Chance of impact in 2027 is now 96% based on new tracking observations taken this week. IAWN, whatever that is, has confirmed, I think that's the international something or other, has confirmed that asteroid 2017 PDC is on course, that almost certainly will impact Earth on, this is JPL. I don't know if this is a real document, but let's just say it is. The asteroid
collapse.
The asteroid brightened just enough to be detected by NASA's Hubble telescope, and the new measurements did not eliminate the possibility of impact as it has been hoped. Now estimates of impact probability of 96%. Prior to this week, the asteroid was unobservable for 11 months, during which time the impact probability was at 26%. After this week, the asteroid is again too faint to be observed for another 11 months.
Well, shit.
Then it says exercise only. I don't know what that means, but it's a whole document, and it's result plot summary, blast damage zone. Maybe it's just maybe this is just like a exercise thing.
So it might have been like a hypothetical exercise.
Yep.
That they are kind of doing training on, or doing kind of projections, getting used to this kind of thing.
Mean effect population, and it shows kind of where it may land. Yeah, this might be some exercise. It looks like over Beijing or something like that, but if it lands in the ocean, we're fucked.
What? Worse in the ocean than on the land?
If it lands in the ocean, there will be a massive tsunami. If it's big, that would be very bad.
Well, but probably better than hitting the land and instigating a kind of a nuclear-like winter or something.
I just Googled next asteroid to hit Earth, and the second thing to come up was this asteroid's chance of impact 2027, 96%. And it's, but I don't know if this is, it says JPL NASA, but the letters before it, I don't know, CNEOS, it could be just bullshit. So, didn't mean to freak anybody out there. Sorry.
Yeah, nah.
Hey, you got a decade. Live it up.
Who knows? But yeah, so that's just a document that was out there. Take it with a grain of salt.
I don't know. Just Google next asteroid
online if it's, if it's genuine. They would probably cover that up.
I don't know if it is at all. I'll share it. I'll show you what it looks like. Hang on, let me share it. It's a PDF.
It's all coming together.
I mean, this could be a fake website. It's CODIS Day 2. I have no idea here, but I'll share it with you guys.
It sounds like
sounds
like hokum.
That's pretty funny though. If that's the second thing that comes up when you Google it. But yeah,
press conference. Well, there was no press. Hold on, I gotta present you to everyone. Exercise only.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, they probably did exercise only ! So it was probably like part of a conference or something, and they were discussing
I would lead with exercise only. That's what I would lead with. That would be like right above press conference here. I'd put
they were probably like, all these conspiracy nuts, to hell with them. Let them go ahead and find the damn thing. Their damn UFOs and their ExoZone, whatever they call it. Screw them. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it, gang. Although asteroids are a serious concern, and I wish that we were doing more to detect this stuff.
That's what Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock are trying to get done.
Well, I think it's wise. I think it's 100% wise. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9 for that. Thank you, Trioxin. Thank you both for those super chats. We've got 2 super chats from Party Alm CV San again. Thank you, Party Alm CV, for both of these $1.99 super chats. And he says, don't forget, there's a lot of frozen CO2 on Mars. Okay. So I guess frozen CO2 would look just like ice. So maybe that is the stuff that is on the treads.
Yeah, that's what I said. It could be ice
or aluminum, whatever they said, aluminum oxide or something.
Yeah, that totally sounded. I buy that one.
Yeah, and he says also SJWs don't want to go to Mars. Colonialism is bad.
Yes. Well, maybe we're a protected species down here. You know, maybe we're
yeah, but they don't want to go colonial because
no
Earth privilege, right? Colonial Earth privilege. Yeah, they'd frown on that. What about the microbes? Microbes got a right too, Yeah,
they do.
I don't know.
Microbes' lives matter.
Say what?
Microbes' lives matter. Tardigrades' lives matter, although they can live through anything. So,
yeah, right, exactly. Thank you, Party MCV, for those. Those were great. Yeah, frozen CO2. That's a valid point too. So those pictures may simply be some kind of ice, whether it is CO2 or actual water. It might not be, colonies of fungi or something.
It's interesting. It's certainly weird that it showed up there. That's something I never even would have thought of.
Yeah,
I hadn't heard it. So,
yeah, I'd seen that, and it was weird that the treads are so torn up. But I don't know.
You think they would have made better treads? Yeah, but maybe the rocks. I mean, it's
maybe, but damn, it seems like you would, you want that thing to last a long time, but you're not going to have it torn up. I don't know.
How much does one of those things cost? I wonder.
I can get it for you pretty cheap. It's powered by propane, and you put a lawnmower motor in there, and have it powered by one of those solar doohickeys, and go to town.
Hank would love to build something like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of videos that Elon, I know I saw a couple interviews where he's trashing NASA and how much money they waste.
They do. Oh. They absolutely do. I want to thank John Tonette for this $800 Hong Kong super chat. John, thank you, sir, so much. We missed you at the Dick Doomcock Power Hour and the Doomcock Roundtable that we had these last few days. I'm glad to see you, man. We were hoping that you would pop in, but I guess you're busy. I don't blame you at all. But hail to John Tonette. Thank you very, very much for this $800 Hong Kong super chat. That is beyond generous. That is incredible. And John doesn't say anything. He's just looking cool in his Doomcock helmet and his sunglasses, it looks like to me. And what can I say? You are awesome, John. Thank you so much. Also, your package has arrived, and I am getting it from I'm getting delivery of it this week. So I just wanted
the package from Colombia.
No, it's a package from Japan.
It
is
okay.
Yamazaki Japanese whiskey.
Yeah,
it is my favorite. My favorite whiskey are the Yamazakis, hands down. If you've never tried, you don't drink. Never mind. Sorry, Gary.
It's okay.
I wasn't thinking. Thank you, John. TLJ Russian Bot is in the house, and with a $4.99 super chat. And thank you, TLJ Russian Bot, not only for the super chat, for what you're saying. Gary, get a load of this. Our Russian Bot friend says, you two jokers might lack credentials, but damned if you don't host the most entertaining show on the YouTube. Man, Thank you, Russian bot. Thank
Cheers.
you so. That means a hell of a lot to us. I'm delighted. Gary, it's so much fun to work with you, buddy, and we just go together very, very well, and I enjoy it.
I have a blast doing these. These are the best. These are the best. I love
really
doing ExoZone. And I'm glad we're doing it weekly too. I think that's, and also probably extra shows for our European friends because we love Europe.
Yes. I've been lobbying for us to get together in an afternoon and do a ExoZone for our UK and foreign brothers and sisters. So
and somebody actually, a couple of people asked on my last live stream if we would do that out of nowhere, and I'm like, oh, we actually have been talking about that. So yes, I am down. Maybe we can do one while I'm over there if I have maybe a short one.
Yeah, sure.
Because my wife will be, working on the wedding, and I'll be sitting. I mean, this is going to sound terrible and elitist as hell. I'll be sitting around the castle doing nothing. So I'm staying in some castle. I don't know. This is way above my pay grade, folks. Okay, I am a salt of the earth person. I do not hang out in castles. Yeah. I am one of the people. Trust me.
All this fake humble shit. I don't know.
I'll be making cake for you all.
Has Gary Beekler changed? I don't know. I see indications. I don't know. He started. I've seen a picture of him dressed like a French aristocrat in the 17th century. He's got a powdered white wig now, and anytime that a fan approaches him, he holds the handkerchief over his nose. So I don't know. I'm a little concerned. I
don't want to get plague from you people.
Fame has gone to his head. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
The serfs.
Anyway, I lied. I lied. It was bullshit. I haven't seen Gary in person. We've never met.
No,
not in person, not face to face.
Never been to your lab, and you made me work on robots.
That's right.
I didn't even get to see him.
The big office.
I got all the way down there, and I got a wrench handed to me and said, "Make some robots.
Get to work.
Get to work."
I'm the one.
A lot of them.
I'm the asshole that has a powdered white wig, and I wear it around Xanadu, and I parade around in my long jacket, and I say shit like, "They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven or is he in hell? That damned elusive Pimpernel." I'm such a dick. All right. And John Tonette said, just got off flight this morning. So you've been away, John. John Tonette's traveling tonight on a plane. I can see the red tail lights headed for Spain. Oh, anyway, sorry.
Good.
Let us move on. Jesus. See, when it gets late, you never know what the hell's going to happen.
Who knew this? A supervillain had the voice of an angel.
We just start getting nutty. We just start getting, Doomcock starts to hallucinate and just starts singing. And I'm not even drinking. I haven't had a drop today, Gary. Not a drop.
No.
It's because I drank so much last night.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't have a hangover, though. But I just said, screw that. And that's how I know that I don't have a drinking problem. Because
I would have kept going.
And I can go a day or hell 10 days. If I'm on antibiotics, I fear disease more than I want to drink. So I will get off for a whole week or 10 days. Doesn't matter. Anyway, thank you, TLJ Russian bot. That was very kind of you. Agent Pepsi 1, the lovely and fabulous Agent Pepsi 1 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Agent Pepsi 1. And she says, "Hail Lord Doomcock. In 1998, on the beach in Biloxi with some friends, saw this light move at 45-degree angles. This was followed by 2 jet fighters."
Ooh. I love the ones that are followed by the fighters because that's weird.
Isn't that something? Isn't that always the case?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
Go.
I was just gonna say Daniel Nolan, an hour ago, who I actually know. He actually, I wouldn't have had my comic store if it wasn't for Daniel Nolan. So if you're still here, buddy, what's up? And he lives like 2 blocks away from me. Said he's been seeing like weird helicopters in San Francisco. And just to give you guys a little education in San Francisco, helicopters don't fly over for some reason. I know where I grew up in San Diego, helicopters flew. Planes, it was a military town. Planes are flying over all the time, but helicopters do not buzz around here that much. And I don't know if it's because of our dense population or whatever. And they usually go up and down the beach. But there have been, ever since Fukushima, there have been helicopters buzzing around our beach. And it's like every few weeks you'll see and yes, it's black. I mean, I don't think it's like one of the government. Well, it's definitely government, but so the Fukushima radiation it had made it over here a long time ago, and they're still testing for that. So to answer Daniel's question, he said, I keep seeing these helicopters unless it's life flight, because that's the only other or some tech bigwig, but they usually, take their little, they usually just take cars and stuff. Like we don't have helicopters like landing on buildings here very often. So it's probably one of those. And yes, I am a Fukushima believer, 100%. And when I lived up here, we never saw helicopters at the beach. And then after Fukushima, we saw them there all the time. And I think they're, for the longest time there was certain fish that you couldn't eat for a couple of years. And I still think that stuff's going on. I just passed by an article. I didn't read the whole one, how they, basically it was just the Japanese government is lying to their people about like how bad the radiation is. Like it's still bad. I don't know if they've even stopped it yet.
Dude, it's an ongoing problem. Look, this is not even a conspiracy. Okay. They are, from my understanding, the only thing that is still keeping that damn thing from melting down is they're pumping seawater into there constantly and pumping it out. So basically I heard that it's an enormous amount of radioactive water going into the ocean every day. That thing is not shut down, is it? I asked Pat, how have they shut it down? It was too hot to go in there. I mean, it killed robots. There's no way to get in there. So this is an ongoing situation. People are thinking that this thing is done. It's not done. Show me an article that says that they have resolved this problem, that the thing is shut down, that the rods are no longer in danger, that there's been contained. I don't think that's the case. I think that they're filtering water constantly.
Can we send SJWs?
just talking this serious shit. And it's somebody.
I fucking love you guys, man. You're so funny.
God. Well, that's what I get for being too serious. Screw it. I don't care.
Well, but it was said by a guy named Brasshole. So I'm sorry. I'm assuming her gender, Brasshole. You might be.
It could be a woman.
A non-binary person of person.
It's kind of like we're talking about like this ongoing like nuclear crisis, or we're talking about, there's a 96% certainty that an asteroid is going to wipe out all Earth life in 2027. And then somebody says, Captain Marvel has no bowline.
I love the internet. It has brought so much joy to my life.
Oh God, that's great. All right. Well, God. Yeah. So anyway,
so Fukushima, back to serious now. Obviously, Godzilla is the obvious answer. Yes.
Says Japan Times, 7 years on, radioactive water at Fukushima plant still flowing into ocean. Study finds. So, yeah.
So I have not set foot in the Pacific Ocean since that has happened. I
No.
have not, I don't think I've even gone to the beach, and I don't think I ever will. That's I like good thing I haven't gone to Hawaii. I haven't been to Hawaii since then. I probably won't go. Yeah, I know it sounds paranoid, but man,
Dude.
after that happened, I'm like, no more well, I didn't eat seafood anyway, but I told my family, it's like, you're not eating seafood anymore.
Well,
Period.
I absolutely the same way, except I don't know, naively at this point, I will still eat some seafood if I know that it's caught in the Atlantic, but not in the Pacific. And of course, that's probably wishful thinking. They're all connected eventually, but it takes longer to get in the Atlantic. So anyway.
So you think about it. I'm glad I'm not alone there. Yeah, it's like once I heard that, I'm like, no more seafood. Well, I never eat it. So
oh hell no,
my family doesn't.
Man, it breaks my heart because I used to love sushi. I was a sushi machine, dude. I could eat that sushi all day, all night. I never, ever hit a bottom of sushi. Like on my birthday, if I was taken out, I could have all the sushi I wanted. It was only decency that made me stop. Only
That's
decency.
great.
I never hit the bottom. It's like I can go the whole live stream for 7 hours and not pee. There is no amount of sushi that I cannot eat.
That's brilliant.
I think I'm a sushi black hole. Anyway,
sushi singularity. That's what you are. Yeah.
Dr. Forbin Colossus says the melted core has not been recovered. So
okay, so I'm going to sound ignorant, but I don't care. I usually do anyway. So when it melts down, like what happens? Does it melt?
Well, theoretically, it would be what they call the China syndrome, like in that movie, that it would be so hot that it would basically melt and melt and melt down, theoretically, all the way to the Earth's core. But the real problem, of course, would be contamination of, water sources. If it hit any water table, that water would basically be polluted forever. And that's the thing. I mean, it's not like this radiation being pumped in the ocean is ever going to be dissipated. It's not, it's not. So anyway, it just sucks. It just sucks. But on the other hand, Captain Marvel has a no bowline.
Nope.
So there we go.
Yeah, that's bad for Doomcock if it melts down to the Earth's core, but I think he has technology for that stuff. So.
Yeah. I've got a force field up around there, so it would flow around the Earth's core and kind of go into I don't know, go out the other side of the Earth, and some poor guy in Norway or something is going to have a bad day. I don't know.
So it melts down like through the ground, and then say it goes through the water table, right? And does it just keep going into like the mantle and what happens then?
So let me go ahead and go to something handy here. The China syndrome would be a I'm looking for information about it. There's a question in Time, although Time might not be telling the truth about it, but time.com says was Fukushima a China syndrome? No, it's not at this point, but it's saying the China syndrome refers to a scenario in which a molten nuclear reactor core could fission its way through its containment vessel, melt through the basement of the power plant and down into the Earth. While a molten reactor core wouldn't burn, quote, all the way through to China, it could enter the soil and water table and cause huge contamination in the crops and drinking water around the power plant. It's a nightmare scenario, the stuff of movies, and it might just have happened at Fukushima, although this was from 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if that was the case, I think they'd know it, for one thing. Secondly, I mean, that would have already gone. That ship would have sailed, essentially. So they wouldn't be pumping ocean water into the reactor core, anymore to cool it. There'd be no point. So the fact that they still are would seem to indicate that it's probably not. Now, they say that Well, this was at the time that it happened in 2011. Said last week, plant operator TEPCO sent engineers in to recalibrate water level gauges in reactor number 1. They made an alarming discovery. Virtually all the fuel in the core had melted down. That means that the zirconium alloy tubes that hold the uranium fuel and the fuel itself lies in a clump, either at the bottom of the pressure vessel or in the basement below, or possibly even outside the containment building. Well, that would be very bad. Engineers don't know for sure, though current temperature readings suggest that the fission inside the reactor core has definitely ceased for good. There will be no further melting. I don't know about that. Anecdotal evidence doesn't bode well for how far the fuel melted. TEPCO has been pumping thousands of tons of water onto reactor 1 to try to cool it, yet the water level in the containment vessel is too low to run an emergency cooling system. That means the water is escaping somewhere on a course cut by molten fuel, probably into the basement of the reactor building, though it's also possible it melted through everything into the earth. So I don't know. At this point, listen, they weren't handing out information freely during this event. So anything in this article would be suspect. Now, I just don't know. And John Tonette has a super chat that I'm going to mention here because we're right in the middle of discussing it. He says, BF Fukushima, Japan's best seafood kept rest export. Today, 80% plus of Japan's seafood eaten in Japan imported. Country exports 85% of its own industry's catch. Famous fish markets are selling imported produce, not local catch. So that makes sense. It's a very depressing thing. So I guess, honestly, I don't know the answer. I guess that's the point. I know that water is flowing in still, but whether or not it's because they're pumping it in or whether it's just, seeping in and seeping out, there is still radiation. It's radioactive water basically coming out from what I understand. But beyond that, all I know is don't eat the fish over there. It's basically, yeah. And Al Bundy's saying, so basically foreigners eat it. Well, I don't know. I don't know. It's a disturbing.
And they glow in the dark.
Maybe so. And John Tonette is also another Hong Kong $100 super chat too. John, thank you very much. But this is also important, guys. He says, now it is affecting groundwater. Know this because subsidiary in hydroponics worked with Dutch and Japanese partners. Water affecting hydroponic strawberries in northern Japan. Jesus. Mutated strawberries and tomatoes. So that's not good.
No.
So you're right, dude. Don't go in the water. Don't go in the water and don't eat the seafood out of the bay. And Philip A. DeMick has an even more alarming message. He says mutated strawberries and tomatoes are attacking people.
Attack of the killer tomato.
Exactly. It says Mage Gray Wolf. You read his super chat without even reading it.
Yep. That's why, if you're from San Diego, you know that movie because it was made down there. So
it was made there?
Yeah, that's where it was made.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. So bad news all around.
Also, Phantasm was made in a town called Julian, which is near San Diego. So yeah.
Wow.
Boy.
Phantasm's great, by the way.
Yes.
Boy. Man, I saw an awesome film festival of Phantasm as well. Where the Reggie the ice cream guy came down and hosted it. And it was pretty awesome. Anyway, Agent Pepsi 1, thank you very much for that super chat and for your Biloxi Blues memory. of that light moving at 45-degree angles pursued by jet fighters. That is super, super cool. Man, that's a sobering thing. We're gonna get funnier here before we go to bed. We don't want to leave off in a bad note.
Well, it just goes to show you, live life to the fullest, folks. Don't wait to do. Call your mom, hug your loved ones, have a good life. It's fun. You get really. I mean, there's not much we can do about it. So
Yes. Life is short. So, mock an SJW, you've always wanted to just go mock a SJW. And if you see Brie Larson, tell her she has no bowhine. Ever since Dave Bob said that, he just said, Captain Marvel has no bowhine. I'm just fixated on that phrase. I've never heard that phrase.
No
bowhine is no, excuse me. God damn it. I did it wrong. It's a boohine.
Boohine.
Yeah, Captain Marvel has no boohine.
Go got now boohine, man.
Fantastic stuff. All righty. We've got DJM Voices. Hail DJM Voices. Thank you, sir. He's offered us a $10 super chat. Thank you, sir, very much for that. And he says, hail Doomcock and Gary. New to chat, but silent fan for many months.
Oh, cool.
As a voice actor, I'm poor, but want to support in some way. Perhaps produce some music for you. East Coast, so bid thee good night. Wow.
Oh, he's already asleep, but I was going to say, hit us up. Hit me up, Gary@nerdrotic.com.
Yes. Or you can Twitter at me at Doomcock on Twitter, or send me an email at darthdoomcock@gmail.com. DJM Voices, how nice of you to join the channel, and thank you for the super chat, and thank you for the offer. Yeah, drop us a line, man. We'd love to chat. Thank you.
Voice acting would be cool. You'd be great at it. Yeah, that'd be fun. I mean, I don't know. There's kind of a kerfuffle with some voice actors right now out on the internet.
Oh man,
that
is just jeez. Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence on Vic Mignogna? Where is it?
I haven't seen it yet. I've heard.
And then his associate too. I mean, what's going on, Gary?
What I know of it is through Yellow Flash, that Umbrella guy, Nick Rekieta Law, and they're all good channels. It looks to me like I have seen no evidence, and until I see evidence, I am not going to pass judgment on the man. There is this thing, innocent until proven guilty. It's kind of important in this country. It's kind of like the single most important thing in this country, right there with free speech. And I haven't talked much about it, but I did on a live stream, and I got an email. You would not believe. I'll have to talk to you about it off the air. I'm thinking about doing a video on it, but I got an email you would not believe.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, and a phone call. Somebody called me on my phone about this, and it's like, and I'm not going to change my mind. I don't care if and I don't. That's all I said. Is like, I don't see any evidence. So I see a coordinated event, a coordinated set of actions to bring somebody down. That might have been some people running with some rumors, and they didn't think there'd be any consequences. And now that there are, that Vic has rightfully so lawyered up and been smart about it, there may be traps, so they got to double down. I don't know. And like I said before, if evidence comes out, then I will apologize, and I will go. I will say, okay, I was wrong.
Dude, you wouldn't have any reason to apologize at all. All you're saying is, in absence of evidence, innocent until proven guilty.
Yep.
And so you have nothing to apologize for.
You're right. Yeah. I mean, like that's how I feel. And
it's just a bedrock of our legal system.
If that goes away, we're
of innocence, because
fucked.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're completely 100% fucked if that goes away.
We are, because then the presumption is we're all guilty.
Yep.
We're all already guilty.
And honestly, I mean, we can go way in the weeds on that. For some people, that is the presumption in some cases already. So, and I've got a lot of knowledge of that. But yeah, I totally am. Yeah, I stand with Vic totally 100% until I see something.
Until otherwise, because absolutely nobody supports sexual abuse or
Of course not.
in any way. But you cannot simply say that this was the case without some kind of trial, without some kind of proof. And also, what was it? What is the nature of it? Be very specific. It's just messed up.
What social media is offering us now, and this is what a lot of this SJWism and our backlash, which is what we are here on YouTube, is a reaction to a lot of bullshit that we've been seeing for a long time, and it has gone way too far. And enough of us have come together saying, just enough of this crap, please stop. And it's not really there's people in this chat of all sides, and they're all respected here. But it is just, things are going too far. We're starting to, people are, I hear it said out loud that free speech is probably not a good thing. And we should start, in other countries, we have this, we're lucky to be here where we are, and we can say what we want without getting arrested for it, for making a tweet or something ridiculous like that. And it's getting weird. And it's, I mean, I am so glad I found you guys in the chat, found you, Doomcock, and Jeremy, and all these people. And I think it's important. I think it's really important that we come together and talk about this stuff and make it okay to criticize it, because for a little while there, it wasn't. And people were in fear of the Twitter mobs right now. And we got to smack them back, because it is witch hunts, man. It is bullshit, and we cannot have this. And sometimes I feel stupid saying this stuff out loud, because to me, it's obvious. To you, it's obvious. To everybody in this chat, it's obvious, but to some, it's not. And it's disturbing as hell. And I don't want my kids growing up in this world. Thankfully, my kids have good heads on their shoulders. And you know what? You want to hear a message of hope, my friends here in the chat? I'm in y'all know I'm in San Francisco. It's a pretty liberal town. The next generation that's coming up seems to me, when I talk to my kids' friends, my older son and my younger sons, they seem like they have good heads on their shoulders. None of them seem like they're going down the SJW highway. And that's here in San Francisco. They're starting to question their teachers and stuff. And I think I love it. I love it. So there is hope. Okay. So
there is hope.
Don't get too discouraged.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. That's a great story. I mean, that's a nice thing to be telling us, Gary. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I tell you guys that there are let me tell you something. This SJW thing is extreme. I have people of all political stripes in my audience and on my Patreon, and I can tell you that this is not, SJWs are no more representative of the left than, the worst extremes of the right are representative of the right. They are extremists. And there are plenty of people that I know, good people on the left, that are horrified by this crap, because it really is anti-American. It's anti-free speech. And, there are patriots on both sides.
Yep.
That's just the way it is, people. And this is an extreme, horrible, kind of fascist almost. It's not this definition of fascism, which is, of course, the corporate nature of the state, that basically corporate power and state power are one and the same, but it is totalitarian. The SJWs are totalitarians, and they are intolerant. They under the pretense of tolerance, they spread intolerance. And that's the maddening thing, because, if they really were, interested in actual social justice, in actual equality, then they wouldn't be speaking out against, white people and trying to target them and trying to say, oh God, do we need another white person again as president? And it's like, come on. The ideal should be the best person that wins the vote. There should be nobody ever discriminated against because of their sex or their race. And when you just you're just flipping the despised party du jour if you do that.
You're becoming what you hate, supposedly. Yeah.
Yes, it's equally hateful. It's equally discriminatory. All it's doing is passing the baton in the relay race of racism. From one despised group to another despised group. If we don't ever get to the point where no group is despised, we will never, ever have equality, period. You cannot simply pass the buck. If you're just going to shift the party for the 2-minute hate, you've still got hate. It's still 1984.
Yeah. Treating people like they're pets, like they're protected. Your boy Zach, Diversity in Comics, has a term that I think is accurate that people use called purse puppies. And that's and trying to forcing it into our entertainment and for these precise reasons. And like you said before, it is extremism. And that if there's anything I'm against, it's any form of extremism,
right?
Of any kind. And I think the one good thing that comes out of this is that if it truly does, I mean, this is a situation that is bringing the right and the left together and the center together in protest to this. And I think that's a good thing. So we can't get discouraged.
Absolutely. Look, I don't even know where the line is anymore between right and left, because these extremes are so insane that, I'm comfortable around reasonable people, and all the people in this chat are reasonable. All the people in my Patreon, your Patreon, our audience are kind of like the common sense, regardless of, you can say, okay, you're a little more right, you're a little more left, whatever. Look, our fandom brings us together.
Yep.
And that's a beautiful thing. And that is one of the things I'm fighting against so goddamn hard, is the pollution of our fandom, because it's one of the last banners that we could all kind of rally around. All of us, right and left, love Empire Strikes Back. All of us love Blade Runner. All of us are fans of this stuff. And when we talk of this stuff, none of that other shit matters. And it's almost like in corrupting our common language, our common heritage, and our shared mythologies, they're trying to divide us further.
Yep.
So that's the thing that really gets to me, and that's one of the things I'm really trying to prevent. And in the chat, Dr. Forbin Colossus says, Overlord DVD, it's the first time I've heard you and Gary go political, but it need to be said again and again. I don't think it is political to call out totalitarianism. I really don't. It's not. I don't think it's political to call out extremism on both sides, Gary. I mean, I don't think it is. What do you think, Gary?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I know what you're saying, though. I definitely know what the chat was saying, and he was definitely agreeing with this. I don't think so. I think it's one of those universal truths that extremism is bad, and most extremists think they're the good guys or gals and guys. It sucks. I've seen it. It's been getting worse and worse and worse. And I wasn't saying anything before. And then, it got into our havens. People talk about safe spaces. There's no such goddamn thing as a safe space. You're never safe. There's the illusion of security, and you're in a place where you're going to be okay. But you still, when you go to bed at night, Joe Rogan said this, you're still sleeping next to a piece of glass. Okay. You're not safe. But we're lucky. Some of us are lucky to live in areas that are safer than others. But what entertainment was our haven, and they infected our haven. Where I had a comic store in San Francisco where I tell this story all the time. I have my father-in-law who is hardcore Republican, and then I have one of my best friends is hardcore progressive. They were chatting it up in my comic store, just talking about comic book stuff and
Mhm.
having the best time, getting along for 2 hours. If they ever would have brought up politics, they'd have probably been at each other's throats, but they didn't. They were in there yucking it up, having a good time, getting along. They gave each other like a little dude hug at the end. You know, they had just met each other, and it was the most brilliant thing to see because, well, you know, why would you talk about politics in a comic book shop? Well, now you have to, because they've injected it into all the comics. So
God.
my hard, fast rule of the comic shop was no politics ever. And I was able to hold that rule for a decade. I don't think I could now. And it sucks. It was a haven. It was an oasis of this crap. So
Right.
that's
Right. And Jesus, you know, it's a heartbreaking thing. And there's a couple of chats here that I think really sum it up. Two chats. One from Brasshole, who you know, made us laugh earlier. Listen to this. He says, stories are a celebration of our past and our hopes and dreams as a collective humanity. Forcing ideology like they do in films recently ruins that. Great comment, Brasshole. Absolutely great comment. And Nihilist Shadow, this is great. Nihilist Shadow says the problem with the world is that people pick a side and absolutely refuse to listen to the other side. The world can't be that black and white. We need to listen to each other and work together.
Yep.
That is not Pollyanna shit. That is the crux of my message. Critical thinking. That is the thing that above all else Doomcock stands for, is critical thinking. And you cannot think critically if you will not listen to the other side. You cannot have a debate among people who will not listen. You cannot evaluate the credibility of information if you are not willing to take in that information. And so, yes, we got to stop this black and white shit. And we need to listen to each other, stop trying to win, and start trying to survive, and start trying to make the world a better place. And I know that sounds like silly ass dream stuff, but it really isn't, because you know what? That's what we're doing here in the chat, isn't it?
Yep.
You know what we do on our channel? That
Yeah.
we brought all of these people together, and they're the most fabulous people on YouTube. Why can't we have the world like this? That's my take on it. I don't know, Gary.
No, that's why they're trying to shut these places down, is because we are talking to each other and we're like, hey, I don't hate you and you don't hate me. That's interesting. You're actually pretty cool, you know, and that's what's going on. And the more we talk to each other, the better. You know, I love the fact that PewDiePie exists. The fact that he's got like 91 million subscribers and he's just this kid who makes fun of he does meme videos. But it's way more important than that. They tried to take him, the SJWs tried to take him down on multiple occasions and can't. Tried to pin the tragedy that just happened on him just because he was mentioned, which is bullshit. We can't have this. And you know, God, I heard Captain Marvel criticism being equated to what happened in New Zealand, and we can't have this PMRC crazy shit starting to happen. You know, like video games are destroying our kids and YouTube. Like, we can't have that. It's you know, crazy people are crazy people. They're going to do crazy things, and it sucks. But even when we're here all together and we're clowning SJWs, we're doing it. It's kind of giving each other shit. The human race has done that forever, and we will continue doing it forever. And it's absolutely healthy. And I say that as somebody who goes to NA and AA meetings multiple times a week, trying to help my fellow alcoholics and addicts. And and I'm starting to see SJWism invade that. And that is sacred to me. Because that is supposed to be a place that is truly safe, where you can go and trust people and tell them your deepest, darkest fears and share and try to get sober. And we can't have and it's resisted politics for 70 years. 70 years. 75 years, and now it's starting to happen. You might see me doing a lot of videos on that if that really happens. I've noticed it a little bit, but not bad. But that we need places to come together. We are social creatures. We give each other shit in loving ways, and if we can't have a sense of humor anymore, we're doomed. I mean, we're just absolutely doomed. If we can't, the first sign of somebody who's to me anyway, who's secure, who's a very secure person or somewhat confident, is somebody who can self-deprecate. The first person I can make fun of is myself. I'm the biggest idiot I know. So, and that will lead to a lot of health. There's a lot of insecurity out there, and that sucks. There's a lot of reasons for that. And it's a definite thing. And that's why I wish anybody could go to a meeting, because it's really helpful with that. But the more we actually talk to each other and work this shit out, it doesn't lead to other things. So I think it playing out in entertainment and us having our little battles on the internet is fine. I think it's actually healthy. It will work itself out. And if we shut this down, that's when we're going to have problems. We're going to have problems when they start shutting, but they're starting to do that. Shutting down Rotten Tomatoes over Captain Marvel is a big deal. It's a much bigger deal than you think, because that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. Then they're going to start shutting down other stuff. They changed the goddamn algorithm on YouTube for Brie Larson, for a blonde-haired white girl. I'm sorry. There's not much more privileged in this country than a pretty blonde-haired white girl. So that to me, I couldn't believe it when it happened. And I didn't believe it when I first heard it. I was like, no way. And they really did it. And that's what worries me. But if we keep talking to each other, I think things will be okay. It might be rough for a little while, but this was a reaction. YouTube was a reaction the last 2 years. Sorry, I'm getting way deep on this, but this has been a long time coming, and thank God it came. That there was I hate to use this word, a resistance to this crap, because it was becoming concerning. I just thought, this is where we're going to end up. We're going to have, it's going to be Demolition Man. We're going to get tickets for saying the F word,
Well, then I'm going to be paying through the nose. So please be generous with the super chats, because I'll need it for the potty mouth jar. I'm definitely going to need that if they institute that. That's horrible. Indiana Jeremy says, make terrible movies equals make the audience say how much they don't like them, equals say the audience is spreading hate, equals cry for an end to free speech to end the hate. Pretty much, dude. And Douglas Nelson says, Overlord DVD, Nerdrotic, the spirit of the great Art Bell can rest easy now that the kingdom of Nye is in good hands.
Wow, the kingdom of Nye. That is high praise, my friend. I am humbled by that. That is brilliant. Thank you.
Very, very high praise, you guys. Man. All right. Let us press on here. We do a few more. I don't know. We are at we've been going a while, but this has been great. This has been a show. TK, as in TK421, he's a stormtrooper with a $10 super chat. Thank you, TK. And he says, damn it, I really need to get some sleep tonight, and you two badass streamers are here doing my favorite show on YouTube. Hail Lord Doomcock and Gary. Hail TK. TK421, are you at your post? TK421, have you gone to bed? Well, if you have, you'll be able to listen to it in the morning.
Good night.
Dude, that was fabulous. Thank you so much. Very high praise indeed. Two badass streamers, favorite show on YouTube. God, could Gary's head get any bigger? I don't know. I could see, but he won't he won't show it. That's why he won't show it, guys. That's why we're seeing his glasses, because his head
is just seeing the glasses.
He's a French aristocrat at this point.
I'm in my pajamas right now. No, not really.
Nicholas Glenn. Hail Nicholas Glenn with a $1.99 super chat. And he asks, playing anything good on PS4 Doomcock? I am Nicholas Glenn. I am mucking around with Red Dead Redemption 2. But I am really enjoying Uncharted 4, which is exclusive to the PS4. So I wouldn't have been able to play it if not for you, Nicholas Glenn, who bought me that PS4. So all of you guys out there, hail to Nicholas Glenn and his generosity. And I think it's about time for me to start Spider-Man. I've heard such great things about it, and I think I'm ready to jump in.
Nerdrotic Jr. loves it.
I've
Loves
heard
it.
it's absolutely outstanding. So that is the next target, Nicholas Glenn. But yeah, Uncharted 4 is awesome. And Red Dead Redemption. I don't want to get into a review of it, but in terms of the environment that they've created, there's no game I don't think better. It's just a whole other world. It's incredible, the level of detail and realism. But the gameplay mechanics, the witnessing stuff, all the things you have to do. I really prefer the first Red Dead Redemption to Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't know if you game, Gary, at all, but I think
Very little. I liked Red Dead 1 a lot. That felt like going into another world. I really like it when I get the couple times I've gamed Diablo 2. I know I'm old, and Red Dead 1. That love just immersing myself in those worlds.
Yeah, I think Red Dead 1 is my absolute favorite game of all time. That was just the coolest, funnest thing. And all these things that make you deep, like you have to bathe and you have to shave and you have to pack like the right clothes in your saddle, and you have to take the right guns. And if you don't clean your guns, they're not going to work. And
yeah,
it's just like shit. It starts to become like a job. I just want to go right around and be badass and shoot stuff and play poker and have a good time. I don't want to fucking have to take a bath and
yeah.
It's just too much detail, man. You have to open every drawer and you have to manually pick up everything. And, it's just nice to just throw open a lid and, it's a little symbolism, it really enhanced the gameplay. I don't know. Anyway, Nicholas Glenn, love Uncharted 4 and, looking forward to Spider-Man 4. Spider-Man 4, Spider-Man, the PS4. All right. Thank you, Nicholas Glenn, for that. Appreciate that very much, dude. It's a blast, dude. Cotton Candy Hair Jeremy with $1.99. Thank you, Cotton Candy Hair Jeremy. He says, off subject, but thoughts on Cobra Kai season 2. I can't wait. I can't wait, dude. I'm so stoked for that. You tend to forget with the Expanse and with the Orville, but Cobra Kai really was damn near like the best show I saw last year. It blew me away, and it is blowing me away just as much the second time I'm watching it. I can't wait for season 2. I think it's going to be fantastic. And my personal feeling is that the direction that they're going to go this year, I think Johnny Lawrence has been struggling this whole time. He's been struggling to be better than he is. He's been struggling to overcome his past. And I like that character immensely now, just immensely. I like everyone on that damn show. And now that spoiler, I don't know if you guys, the development at the end of season 1 really puts, I think, Johnny Lawrence's soul in jeopardy. And I think it's going to be absolutely incredible. So that's my thoughts on Cobra Kai. Anything before we move on, Gary?
No. We can move on. Good stuff.
Stunned Soul with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Stunned Soul, saying SJWs are developing EI. AI is toxic. So EI? Old McDonald had an artificial intelligence. EI. I don't know, man. AI is toxic. I think it is. Maybe SJWs are developing extraterrestrial intelligence, EI. I don't know the meaning of that. Stunned Soul, if you are in the chat, let me know. Let me know. And John Tonette says there's an incredible oldie game that the SJWs would commit suicide if people played it today. Interesting. Squids McCracken, Entitled Intelligence. Jason Bourne, Emotional Intelligence, something that those people don't have. Not at all. That's interesting. Thank you, Stun Soul. I appreciate that. Captain Spire. Hail Captain Spire, $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. He says, we kept looking up for inspiration that drove the human spirit. We looked at birds to fly. We looked to the clouds to expand our horizon and to the moon for one small step. We stopped looking up. Yep. Basically, that's a very good point, Captain Spire. I think personally that the SJWs are no longer looking up. What they are looking to do is drag everyone else down. So rising relative to us, they want to drag us down to make themselves seem a lot better. Just like Ray is a Mary Sue and Mikey Spock is a Mary Sue, rather than actually taking the trouble to imbue their scripts with great characters, they go ahead and just make these, knee-jerk, horrible SJW, Mary Sue's ascendant and knock down all the other characters like Luke and Han and Leia to make them seem better by comparison. That's basically what it is, Captain Spire. And that's a very good point. We stopped looking up. Sad commentary, Gary. Sad commentary.
Yeah.
Loquacious Primate, $5 super chat. Thank you, Loquacious One. And he says, one interesting result of the Drake numbers is if we estimate longevity of intelligent civilizations to be high, the probability can approach 1 easily. Interesting. I would not estimate the longevity of intelligent civilizations to be high. I think that intelligent, judging by ours, intelligence is not the same thing as wisdom. And I think the problem is that, unfortunately, our intelligence way outstrips our wisdom at this point, and we're still screwing around with nuclear reactors. We're still screwing around with nuclear weapons, and we're not looking long term. We're always looking at short term profits, and that is a road to ruin. It's a road to ruin for us individually in our finances. It's a road to ruin on a macro level as our civilization. We need to start looking at not short-term results, but long-term results. So I don't know. I'm not optimistic that intelligent civilizations live long, Gary. I'm just not.
No, just in our past, they haven't. So
I agree.
The double-edged sword of it being intelligent. Honestly, those who inherit the meek, and not the meek, but the hunter-gatherers probably will inherit the earth like they did before.
So, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Probably right. We've got just a few more super chats here. I'm going to go ahead and get through them because I know that you guys are probably getting tired out there in the chat.
Yeah, Mary's going to bed, so I'm.
Good night, Mary. Yeah. Mary, good night.
Thank you, Mary.
Good night, Mary. Good night. Thank you so much for all that you do. Ladies and gentlemen, Mary Ashmead. Thank you, Mary. You've done a great job. You've done a man's job, sir. I guess you're done, huh? Finished. All right. Let us wrap these up here. Crazy Pineapple with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Crazy Pineapple. Says, hail my liege, hail Gary. Regarding Westall, the U.S. military has been in Australia for decades. Look up the Pine Gap installation near Alice Springs. Oh, yes. Yes. Pine Gap is a joint Australian-U.S. installation that is basically critical for scanning that sector of the world for incoming missiles and so on. And there's actually a series on Netflix that has popped up. That very thing called actually Pine Gap.
Interesting.
So yeah, we've been there a while, and I guess it's a good thing. I'm glad that we get along with Australians. God knows I've got a lot of Australian
Yeah.
supporters, and God, it seems like I don't know what time is good for Australians, Gary. I don't know what time is good to do shows for them.
I need to set it to memory. It seems like my day streams, I get a ton of them. And when I do my nooners and stuff, I get a ton of Australians. And I don't know if that's the right time or not, but they're certainly there, but they might be night owls.
Well, shit, I've done things in noon, and they say it's not a good time for me. And it's like, damn, when is a good time? I don't know. Maybe they support me, but they don't like hanging out. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I've tons of Australians. I got Australian mods. Freaking Aussies love Doctor Who. So,
well, yeah, hopefully the daytime edition of ExoZone that we do will get all of those guys in, because God knows they're wonderful people, and we want to cater to them as much as we can. Marcus Jose with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Marcus. He says, warping drives don't require actual movement. Your velocity could be 0 and you could still move between stars, like moving the road instead of the car. Yep, that is true. Just like Q said, how best to divert this asteroid, change the gravitational constant of the universe.
We got it's 5 p.m. in East. Is AEST like Australian Eastern Standard Time? I'm guessing 5 p.m. Noon is good for New Zealand. 5 p.m. here now. Cotton Candy Beard Gary. Then it's 3 a.m. in New York. Sorry there, buddy. It's 6 p.m. in Sydney, says Al Bundy. Awesome. So we got the Aussies in here.
Damn. Yeah. So we'd have to. Damn. So there's no way. So we can't get an Australia in the evening. Then we'd be broadcasting it what?
We'd have to broadcast now. We'd have to if it's 6 p.m. now, we'd have to start at midnight.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's tough. So
Al Bundy, you're German. What time is that? What time it is? Well, is it Germany? So it's okay. So if it's 12 a.m. now, it would be 9 in in England. I don't know what it is in Germany, but they're nice. 9 hours ahead.
Okay.
I got to get used to that because I'm going to be in Italy.
Oh man, look at you!
I can't wait. Oh, I'm terrified to get on the plane. I'm freaking straight up terrified. I am man enough to admit I am terrified of getting on planes. I freaking hate it.
Jeez. I'm sorry, man.
Bad flyer.
Take something really, really compelling on your phone, some movie that you want to watch or something.
I've got The Expanse book. The Expanse book is coming out. Hopefully it's compelling. If not, I'll bring a couple comics, but
we'll see. Dude, well, we will be wishing you luck, and you will be just fine. Don't worry.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Marcus, for that. Yeah, moving the road instead of the car. Well, if we are a non-dual system, there's no reason why we couldn't do that with the right knowledge. But unfortunately, we don't have that this time.
Stay away from Pompeii. I will. I'll be in Sicily.
Como bella c'è la luna, brilla stretta, stretta, gonna buttu bella fasticcia, so del cielo de Roma. That's for you, Gary.
I feel like I'm there already.
That's right. That's right. Like Dean Doomcock.
Doomcock Martin. It is 7 a.m. in the good old UK. I love the UK.
Man, good morning, UK.
It's 0 o'clock in Antarctica. It's always 0 o'clock down there.
Yes. Yeah. But apparently something evil is waiting there, according to what's his name? The astronaut. I think that's been debunked, but I still like saying it. Thank you, Marcus Jose. Demon Scythe Synthwave. Demon Scythe Synthwave. Who designed my "Without Respect We Reject" poster? That face is that's the face that's going to be on the buttons at Celebration. So find T Light. He will give you a button. With a £2 super chat. Thank you, Demon Scythe Synthwave, for the super chat and for the design. And he says, Lazar, UFOs use grav waves and fall at infinite velocity in space. So basically, they like can direct the waves and then can fall. It says through infinite velocity in space. So the gravity distortion is so severe that that's why they can go at such fantastic speeds with no detriment whatsoever. Wow. That is cool. Bob Lazar, one word, Gary, true or false?
True.
True. I think so. There's just been too much stuff. And you saw that movie real fast. Was it good? Was it bad?
It was very good. It was more of a character study of Bob Lazar. It does come up with some new information towards the end. I like Jeremy Corbell as a filmmaker. I think he's really good at kind of as somebody who dabbled in documentary editing. I absolutely respect his ability to make something very entertaining out of little to nothing. And he got a lot out of Bob Lazar towards the end. And they also proved something. They actually, one of the things he was debunked on forever, they got absolute evidence of that thing. And I'll tell you what it is. It was a fingerprint scanner. So he said, Bob Lazar said when he went into the base, he put his hands on these, there was like 5 metal rods that you put your fingertips on and it reads your fingerprints. And people said that thing never exists. It doesn't exist. It never did exist. And people in the military were saying, I've never seen it. And Jeremy Corbell's like, hey, we found one. Somebody said, yeah, I used to have this when I went to work in the military. And here's a picture of it. And they found it. And he's all, God damn, that's it. I've been telling this about people this for years and nobody's believed me. And there was a friggin' picture of it. It's an actual thing that they used. So it's little details like that. True. 100% true. The guy has not changed his story. And the other thing they've debunked him on was he said he went to MIT and they said there's never been any records. Well, it's clear that the government scrubbed him. So the guy who interviewed him for Area 51, Jeremy Corbell was able to find this guy, and he doesn't work for the government anymore. He's all, yeah, I remember interviewing that guy. So yeah, watch the film. There's more each time as time goes on. Each one, a lot of the things Lazar talks about has come true. The element 151 thing should be all the evidence anybody needs. When he said it was there, and people were saying that thing doesn't exist, it doesn't exist yet, or we haven't discovered it yet, and they discovered it.
Fascinating.
Yeah, there's a lot of like little circumstantial evidence, but over time, the guy. Listen, I remember hearing his first interview on Art Bell freaking 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and it's the same story. Nobody's that good.
Yeah. No, I tend to believe him. I think it's true.
And also, he doesn't write books. He doesn't go on tour. He's got a job. He's a scientist. The guy's a brilliant dude, and he does his own thing. So, yeah,
very interesting.
I like that type of person too. I mean, he's kind of a curmudgeon, but he's also just a real independent person, and I like that.
Yeah, me too. I tend to. I've thought he was credible for a long time. So, what does that say? What does that say about our universe? What does that say about UFOs? It's just so many different angles at this thing, and the more you look at it, the more questions arise. I'll put it that way. Eddie Keynes says, I never have chatted before, but listen to both Overlord and Nerdrotic often. I think I'm chatting just because I've been drinking a little. I open up. Just want you guys to know I enjoy your channels. Thank you, Eddie Keynes.
Thank you.
Dude, thank you very much. Appreciate that very, very much. We've got Turd Burglar.
Hey,
another turd. $1.99. Thank you, Turd Burglar. And he says NASA is the biggest black ops org in the government. I don't doubt it. Boy, what a sinkhole of money NASA is. And who's going to question it? Who's going to know? For all we know, they already do have these TR-3Bs and all this alleged money that's going into these expensive probes and stuff. They go ahead and funnel into black projects. and they go ahead and just load these like dummy props, like this rover thing, onto a TR-3B, which zips it to Mars real fast, and they just dump it on there and say, "Oh yeah, we landed it, and look, oh, we spent all these billions of dollars on this stuff, and it's all hooey." Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, we got just look at the stealth fighter. Everybody remember the stealth fighter? So remember that back in the 80s, the stealth fighter didn't exist. The stealth bomber didn't exist, but there was a toy. There's a little toy you could find of a stealth bomber. About 10 years before it was admitted that they had it, and then they admitted they had the stealth bomber, and I distinctly remember one of my friends whose dad was in the military telling me, "Oh, they have a stealth fighter. They've had one for years." I'm like, "Nah, they have it." And and then they ended up having one for years. And I just said earlier in the stream, well, why don't they use some of this stuff in wars? Well, they had stealth fighters for a long time and could have used them for a lot of stuff and sat on them forever until freaking the first Iraqi war. Then they started using them then. So I guess they do sit on stuff. I guess there's a precedent for it.
Well, now, Gary, that's interesting. What commercial application would there be for a stealth fighter?
No, probably zero. Well,
none.
Commercial, none. Yeah.
Because that's
on the up and up. Yeah.
Exception to what I was saying in that, but boy, would there be a hell of a market for a transport that could get you around the world in an hour.
Yep.
A huge, and the fuel source. I mean, not really polluting that we know of. It would just be a hell of a thing.
Well, then I would just say there's economic reasons that's actually being suppressed. You can put that with this is an urban legend, but one of the big battery companies holds the patent for the battery that won't die, and they'll never release it because they couldn't make any money off it. So if they have something out there that can run on, just water or whatever, just for an example, it would crush our economy because we're still based on the petrodollar. So there might be which sucks. And there's probably a lot of reasons why some of that technology will never hit because it would crush the economy overnight. It'd be great to have, and believe me, it would be better for the world and everybody to have, maglev trains. Like, why don't we have them all over the place here? And why isn't there a high-speed train between LA and San Francisco?
Right.
And by the way, the one we're getting is not a high-speed train. It's a train. And it's going to cost billions of dollars, and it's going to be worthless. But it's such a waste of money. But there should be, like Japan's got them. We don't. We need them just as bad as they do. We don't have them. Why? Well, there isn't the economic desire.
Wow.
And there's probably some economic suppression. And so, yeah, that might be a reason why we don't have anti-gravity, flying saucers to take us everywhere, because it might crush the economy. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying that's the reason, but it's a possibility.
Well, and it's shit like that makes me say the Drake equation, like assuming a high survivability rate of intelligent species. No, because I mean, it's hurting the planet if that's the case. And I have no idea. I don't have any evidence or anything. No opinion on it really. But if that was the case, then what does that say about humanity? And what does that say about our chances of survival? Short-term greed and stupidity.
I have a true or false question for you about Tesla. Do you think he really cracked the secret of just free energy? Like, you could set that antenna up, and whatever that was, it would power your house. Do you think he really figured that out?
Wasn't it the orgone?
Yeah, I can't remember what the name of it was, but or do you think that's just an urban legend?
Geez. If you press me, I'm gonna have to say no. But I'm really, honestly, I would lean on the side of no, just because I haven't seen evidence of it. But ultimately my mind is open on it.
Yep.
You know, because certainly if he had, then I don't know, would the powers that be at the time have shut him down?
Maybe. I mean, that's what the rumors were, is like, how do I bill it? And you can't. Well, then screw off. I can certainly entertain the thought that Tesla was like so incredibly far ahead of his time that maybe they didn't understand it. And maybe he had a hard time at, you know, by all accounts, he was a terrible, terrible representative of himself or a businessman. Just awful. He was great at a lot of other things, but kind of socially inept and maybe even slightly Aspergery or something like that, you know, just under the spectrum.
Yeah.
But
We
got
research
taken
more,
advantage of. Yeah.
but
Fascinating guy though.
he definitely was a genius.
Yeah.
And,
Oh God, yes.
you know, so it's a damn shame. The Big Joe with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Big Joe. Thank you, sir. He looks like Pennywise the Clown. It's scary. And he says, what if it's aliens who have infiltrated Hollywood and are ruining Star Wars and Star Trek? Cut it out. Damn it. Damn aliens. I don't know. I would be surprised. I would be surprised if they gave a damn, you know?
Maybe they were pissed how they were represented in the Ridley Scott film.
Well, maybe, but then why are they picking on Star Wars and Star Trek? Ignorance.
I don't know. Ignorance.
All humans look alike.
They all look alike, and all their little pew pew spaceship movies are the same.
They just want to trash them all, including Doctor Who. And Marvel, because we got into now the whole Skrull thing. So now they're saying, hey, we don't want to be represented as, you know, empires. We want to be represented as victims of color, green color.
Yeah. Oh my God, that is such a waste of the greatest villain in Marvel. Like, really, you could have done so much fun stuff with that, and nope, we're gonna make a point with it instead. I saw Shazam last night, and it was pretty fun. I liked it. You know what it didn't do? Preach at me. It didn't have any identity politics in it whatsoever. It was so refreshing.
When did you see that?
They did an early Fandango screening last night, and I thought I told you. Yeah, you could go and buy your tickets and see it. Yeah, it's really a fun movie. My God, my kid freaking won't stop talking about it. He loved it. Like, it hits its target audience perfect, like right in the sweet spot. You know, it's for, you know, 13, 14-year-olds will love it, and boys and girls will love this movie. It's a good family movie. It's done in the spirit of kind of, I love Sky High, so it's kind of done like that. But it's still serious enough. It's got a lot of people compared it to Big a little bit, but it was just fun. I had a good time. People clapped in San Francisco. It was weird. Yeah.
That pisses me off, dude.
Oh shit, man. No, I blame myself. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I bought a ticket, but it's like in April or something.
Well, that's when it comes out. That's when it truly, they did an early screening for one. I think they kind of wanted to steal some of Captain Marvel's thunder. And I think they felt confident enough. I don't know how much money the screenings earned, but my theater was packed, 100% packed. So,
well, all right.
Total different experience than Captain Marvel.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely absolutely sure of that. It would have to be. It would absolutely have to be. All right, dude. Thank you. Let's see. What do we got here? We've got Stone Cold Jeremy with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Stone Cold Jeremy. He says, "Hail Doomcock, hail Nerdrotic. Just wanted to thank you guys for what you do." Thank you, Stone Cold Jeremy. Very much appreciate you, dude. Man, all these Jeremys, they kind of the nice DNA from Jeremy, right?
The good, you know, Jeremy is a great guy. Truly is.
He really is.
I hate to besmirch his reputation of being an internet badass, but he's a pretty nice guy.
He really is. He's a great guy. Thank you, Stone Cold Jeremy. That's very kind of you, sir. And, we love you guys out here in the chat. And thank you for what you do, which is basically making us look good with your brilliance. Thank you, Stone Cold Jeremy. Nicholas Glenn with a good question here. 499 super chat says, have either of you researched Joe Jordan and the CE4 alien research group? Interesting stuff over there. Lots of documented cases of alien abduction. I've never heard of the CE4 alien research group or Joe Jordan. Have you, Gary?
No.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and pop that into my browser, and
that's why I keep a notebook on all live streams. I have my live stream notebook right here.
My damn desk is too crowded.
It's got too many enterprises on it, probably.
It does. I have an Excelsior. I have an Enterprise B. I have an Enterprise C.
That's great.
I have NCC 1701 behind the communicator that Pondimus Maximus bought me. Next to the Horizon, next to the Enterprise C probes concept, Eagle Moss. Beside the Darth Vader ceramic head.
That is brilliant.
That's not even.
Are all the ships Eagle Moss, or are they different types?
No, the Enterprise is a Corgi.
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice. A nice metal one. The Horizon and the Enterprise C prototype, the concept are Eagle Moss. The three other, the Excelsior, Enterprise B, and Enterprise C are Micro Machines.
I love those.
Yeah, those are awesome. Okay, so I've got that in there. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. I will look into that, Nicholas. Appreciate it very much. John Tennett with 100 Hong Kong dollars super chat. Thank you, John Tennett. Thank you for all of your super chats tonight. Especially thanks for that information about Fukushima.
Yeah.
Man, that is sobering stuff. It really is. And I don't know what we can do. I mean, if you think that problem is isolated to Japan, you're nuts. That radioactive genie is out the bottle, and there's no putting it back in. But John says to start the Doomcock to Celebration Fund.
Yeah,
John wants me to go to Star Wars Celebration. Well, thank you, John. I don't even know
that.
When is it, Gary?
It's April. April 12th. It's it starts Thursday the 11th. I'm gonna get there April 12th, which is a Friday morning, and that's when the get together is. It's Friday night, April 12th.
Wow.
So yeah, man, if we can get you there some way, that would be great. You could wear your mask, and yeah, that'd be cool as hell.
Drink heavily.
Drink heavily. Jeremy's going to be there. Jeff's going to be there. ABS is going to be there. Josiah's going to be there. I think Odin's going to be there. Jesse, that Star Wars girl, Ivan, maybe John Talks is going to be there. I know there's going to be more. So it's some people in the chat here, I believe, are going to be there. It's going to be fun. And as far as the actual celebration, like I said, I don't know if I'm even going to go for one day, but I'm definitely going to go for the YouTube hangout for sure.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Yep.
Well, I doubt it. It's doubtful, but we'll see. Let me think about it. Thank you, John Tennett. I appreciate that very, very much. All that you've done tonight, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the info. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being my Legionnaire Extraordinaire Battalion. Eskimo No Phono, $1.99 super chat. Eskimo No Phono says, hail. So I say hail back.
Hail.
Good morning, Eskimo No Phono, wherever you are. Maybe Alaska. I don't know.
Maybe Alaska.
I don't know where Eskimos are. Like the Antarctic or something?
I think it's like Siberia and
Siberia, I don't know.
Well, in Alaska.
I'm no expert.
Inuit.
Thank you, Eskimo No Phono, very much. Hail to you, and thank you for being here on the ExoZone. Ito Higuma, with a 20 euro super chat from my gun-toting bear friend, Ito Higuma-san, who has been under the weather, was not feeling well. I hope you are better, Ito Higuma. And he says, morning, gentlemen and associated eldritch gods. I live again, but I have a strange craving for brains. My neighbor looks very tasty. Excuse me for a minute.
More brains.
Well, I don't know if that means that Ito Higuma didn't make it and came back again and rose and he's a zombie bear going to munch on the neighbors, or if he came close to death but recovered but still has a craving for brains for some reason. I don't know, Ito Higuma.
The Surfing Dead.
That is a good
brains. God, it's such a good soundtrack.
It is, man. It is. Thank you, Iruhuguma-san. I hope that you are feeling better. And we come to our last super chat of the evening from Arcane Gel. Arcane Gel. Oh, we've got two more. Okay. Arcane Gel with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. He says, what if the conspiracies regarding government control, chemtrails, GMOs, etc., are all one conspiracy, like the Joker's formula in the first Batman movie? Oh, gee. Well, might well be. You know, for the longest time, see, here's the thing. I will say this as we're wrapping up. You know, for the longest time, people who pointed out that there are chemtrails in the sky were scoffed at as conspiracy loons, despite the fact that they were tic-tac-toe patterns cross-hatched in the sky by trails that did not dissipate, that hung in the air, eventually spread out and turned the sky into a whitish gray. That is evidence right before your fucking eyes. That is just out there. You could look and see special planes with tanks attached, spewing out the stuff behind them. But even to this day, some people say, oh, you're a conspiracy nut. There's nothing to it. It's contrails. And then you see a contrail and you point to a contrail and say, look at that. You see how it vanishes like within a minute to 30 seconds?
It doesn't sit there for hours. Yeah. I mean, like, my God, you go through Central California. I'm sure it's the same where you are, but I drive through Central California a lot. Man, they're everywhere. And you know what the theory is behind it? It's like aluminum. It's like flakes of aluminum to reflect the sun because of UV rays or something like that. I used to not believe it at all, and I am open to the possibility for sure,
dude. Well, I don't know what it is. I mean, I've heard that, but the problem is that the aluminum all then goes into the soil and makes it and that's causing all sorts of ecological problems. But the simple fact of the matter is they exist.
Yeah.
You know, period. And it's like that shows you how people will cling to certain belief systems even when the evidence is in front of their own eyes. And that is another call to critical thinking. For God's sakes, stop latching onto belief systems and believing in them come hell or high water, despite the fact that you have tic-tac-toe in the fucking sky. You know, I mean, how more plain could it be? And the fact that people are denying that for the longest time, it just goes to show you why I don't discount any of this stuff. When I am told that there's nothing to this conspiracy theory, that means absolutely nothing to me. I evaluate it on a case-by-case basis, and I think for myself. And that's what I encourage everyone to do. So all one conspiracy, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, GMOs, chemtrails, they seem to be trying to alter us in fundamental ways. And I would not be surprised at all, Arcane Gel, if that was the case. Not like the Joker's formula in the first Batman movie, though. But yeah, it's something that definitely is worth considering, dude. Thank you, Arcane Gel. That is that is not outside of the realm of possibility. And Mark C with a $5 super chat. Hail Mark C, and thank you again, Mark. Mark gave me some valuable advice about my channel and about what's going on with the algorithm, and I appreciate it very, very much. And Mark C is telling me, my lord, that bottle of Japanese whiskey I bought is smooth. Dude, I'm envious. He sent me a photo of it in my tweet, in my Twitter account. It's late, folks.
It is.
It's late, for God's sakes. And let me see, what was it called here? I've got it right here. It is called Suntory Whiskey Toki. Suntory Whiskey Toki. I wonder what John Tonette thinks about that.
Suntory Whiskey Toki.
Suntory Whiskey Toki.
Whiskey Toki.
John, are you still around? Do you know that whiskey? Is it any good? I tell you, my favorite whiskey of all time, like I said, is Yamazaki, hands down. John Tonette says it's all right and sticks his.
All right. Now, is John Tonette kind of like a whiskey snob, or does he know what he's talking about? I mean, whiskey snob, I'd say that with admiration. Like he knows his whiskey.
John Tonette knows his stuff. Let me tell you,
Gotcha.
I'd never heard of Yamazaki before he sent it to me, and he said it was his favorite, and I got it, and it blew me away. No question about it. John Tonette says it is comparable to the Hibiki.
Gotcha, John. He says, no snob here.
No, he's not a snob, but he is knowledgeable. I
Connoisseur.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say John Tonette is a connoisseur, or at least was. I don't know that he. I think John told me he doesn't imbibe so much these days. John Tonette says it is similar to Johnny Walker Blue Label, my lord. Interesting. Okay. Well, I actually, prior to Yamazaki, I was like just really enjoying Johnny Walker Blue, but like I said, dude, and actually the 18-year, the Yamazaki 18-year is, I think, the best stuff I've ever tasted. And the 12-year is sublime. So, I mean, the brand is just the brand. Both of those are absolutely head and shoulders above the other stuff that I've drank. It is smooth. It is like a flavor explosion, Gary. Anyway, I don't mean to talk to you about that.
No, I was trying to think the last whiskey I had. I don't know if it was actually a Cutty Sark.
Cutty Sark, yeah.
I think that was the last whiskey I had.
Cutty Sark, actually.
Yeah. Got sick as a dog off that shit.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry.
Well, that was me drinking. I would just drink until I got sick.
Oh, I see.
That's why I can't drink anymore. I'm not very good at it.
So John Tonette is agreeing with you, Mark, that Suntory Time is a very smooth blend. So you are absolutely correct in that.
A whiskey chemtrail. There's a whiskey chemtrail. Clayton Westall.
E. Jar is saying, what are you, a lush? No, I'm a connoisseur.
Connoisseur.
And Mark C says, John Tonette, this stuff goes down like butter. Like Streisand's voice was bottled and distilled. Forgive me for saying so.
I'm going to get verklempt.
Well, you guys, this has been absolutely wonderful. This has been absolutely a blast. And I got to say thank you to my co-host, Gary, here.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Sorry it ran longer than we thought it would, but you said you were okay, and I trusted you to say it wasn't.
I am good.
Awesome, man. Awesome. I want to thank Mary Ashmead for being such a trooper. Man, she was amazing tonight. We are at 411 thumbs up, Gary.
thumbs up. Four. Now we're at 412. Now, yeah.
Oh, dude.
We were gonna totally disappear, like from the YouTubes.
Yeah, I know it, man. Dr. Forbin and Colossus says, Overlord DVD, hail Colossus, hail Dr. Forbin. PJ Riddle says, thank you. Truth Apocalypse, fun show, guys. John Tonette says, ha ha. He's talking with Mark C. We've brought together whiskey aficionados.
Oh, that's good.
Converted
people together
to Japanese whiskey. I'm absolutely thrilled. You guys, this has been absolutely a blast. We are going to do this as often as we can. Gary, I don't know when you're going to want to go again, but if it's after your channel, just let me know when you're going to have the time.
Before we go, let me check the calendar real quick here. Go to my little calendar.
Awesome. Eddie Keene says, good night, guys. Michael Wolf says, great show, people. A great night. John Tonette says, Doomcock would probably like the Toki since it's a Yama blend. Yama and something else. I forget. Interesting. Oh, that's very interesting, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would, but I tell you, I am just in love with the Yamazaki. I don't know, man. Wow. It's amazing. And it's only been bottling since I think 1923, I think is what I read. So, I mean, it's not even like an ancient distillery, but boy, they have nailed it. Absolutely.
There's ancient distilleries. That's cool.
Well, I mean, geez, like in the 1800s.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
that's
a
old.
lot of these. So,
I'm Lee. Yeah, I can do one like during the week. We can talk. We'll chat. Yeah, we can.
Okay. Yeah. Let me know, dude. Let me know. So thank you guys. Dr. Forbin and Colossus will have the final word. He says, greatest stream on Earth and off planet. Thank you, Dr. Forbin, Colossus. All of you guys, thank you so much for turning out. Thank you for being fabulous. And we're going to go ahead and say goodnight. So from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock. Oh, and Gary, is there anything to plug?
Oh, yeah. I'm Gary from the Nerdrotic, and I talk about TV stuff and Doctor Who and Captain Marvel. I'm sure I'll have a Captain Marvel video coming, and Star Trek Discovery. I definitely have a Star Trek Discovery video ready to go. And we hit 420 likes. There we go.
Wow, 420, dude.
Bro, dude. And the Orville, which we're not going to have this week, which sucks. No Orville for 3 weeks.
No, 3 weeks. Can you believe that?
Weeks. What's up with that?
Gary, I got to ask. There was a guy in my chat yesterday saying, or no, Friday, saying that the Orville was canceled and that they hadn't told us. And someone else said that you had information that it had not only renewed, but that it was renewed for multiple seasons. What do you think?
So the person who told me that's like a really old time subscriber of mine, and he got access to a memo that said it was picked up for a season 3. They will announce it at the end of the season with a possible option, depending on the merger and everything, for 4 and 5. I think the evidence that goes towards that is they are licensing stuff. They have announced an Orville comic book that will be coming out in July.
Oh, outstanding.
They are licensing toys. There might be an action figure deal. So my guess is if it does get canceled from Fox, I think it would get picked up by a streaming network in a hot second, because the streaming numbers for it are incredible. It gets 3 million overnight viewers, and then it gets 3 million more streaming viewers. So it gets 6 million people watching the show. You don't cancel a show that has 6 million people watching it. But there is a Fox Disney merger going on, so you got to file it under rumor. But I got to say that taking a big break in the middle of the season like this is really ill-advised, unless they already know they're going to get picked up, because taking huge breaks really is a killer. I've been covering enough TV to know that anytime a show takes a long break, it does not retain its audience at all. It just doesn't. Oh, and you got another super chat.
Oh dear. Well, I want to say John Tonette is saying, I want the ship. I want the ship bad. So
yeah.
And the soundtrack just came out, actually. There's a soundtrack to the Orville, a double CD soundtrack that is available at La La Land Records. So go and check it out. Buy that stuff. It is good. Yeah, we got a super chat here from the FEDOC, the FEDOC, 30 Australian dollars. Thank you, FEDOC. Cheers. And he says, hail to the Lord of and first masked horseman and third bared horseman of the geek apocalypse. Good to see ye both on stream. I think he meant bearded. He just left out. So hail to the Lord of the and first masked horseman and third bearded horseman of the geek apocalypse. Good to see ye both on stream.
That's awesome.
Outstanding. Thank you, the feed doc. They feed doc.
Oh,
I'm always tempted to go Kiwi when I do an Australian accent. I know that's insulting. Also so goddamn funny.
It is.
Kiwi accent.
So they're delaying the Orville for March Madness, maybe?
What the hell does that mean?
Somebody said, Al Bundy says somebody claimed that the Orville's delayed for a sports event. And I'm like, well, it's March. Is March Madness going? I mean, I don't pay attention to the sports ball anymore. I used to, but it's March. So it's a college basketball tournament.
Oh, well, that might make sense then.
Yeah.
That might make sense. Nihilist Shadow, by the way, folks, is saying you can listen to the Orville soundtrack on Spotify as well.
Oh,
I did not know that. But man, the music on that is great.
That means my listening device, my government listening device can play it that my wife likes. my Alexi thing.
The Orville is fantastic. And God, so you think that they would definitely pick it up if Fox was stupid enough to drop it?
I think so. I think so.
Stupid that would be to drop the Orville. Here is your chance to go ahead. If you just stick with it, that thing is going to be the next Star Trek. That is a franchise that could pay off for you for the next 50 years. And they're going to go ahead and let it go.
They're just about to get to the point where they can merchandise this thing and double their income overnight. It just got the tax break it needed to film the third season. JP at Egotastic Fun Time, which is a great channel, go check them out. It reported on that, and I think it's fine. I think they'd be crazy to let that go.
I think so too. And the FEDOC is saying, by the way, Gary, you missed my super chat your last stream.
I did.
Apparently he says that you did. And FEDOC, we really appreciate you, man, and appreciate that super chat. But if you want to type it real fast again, I'm sure Gary would read it right now.
Yeah, if you do. If not, then I will find it and read it tomorrow on my live stream.
Yeah, please, if you've got it, type it. Otherwise, he listened to his live stream tomorrow.
Was it FEDOC? Was it last night's?
He says you missed your last stream. He says it's all right.
Last night. No, I've got it written down. FEDOC. No, it's terrible. I'm sorry if I missed that. So I will read it tomorrow. And of course I'm going to worry about it. I'm going to worry like hell. That's horrible to miss that. So I'm really sorry. But I've got it written down, and I will read because they post. I can go find it. So it posts the next day.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'll be able to find it. And
Gary, when you streams, do you go ahead and open up the super chat window?
I do, and I usually go over and I'll miss a couple and I'll read them at the end. I don't know how, but sometimes I miss them. So it was late last night. I was up. I was up till 2 last night. So sorry, FEDOC. Yeah,
I'm actually going on about 5 hours of sleep. I don't know how I'm doing it.
That's what I'm on right now. So
either of you, though, Gary, not that we know of.
Nah, not that we know of. Not that we know of.
All right, you guys, listen. FEDOC, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Pick it up. Thanks to all of you. God bless you for being here, guys. It has been an absolute blast. We may do another
I got it.
ExoZone.
I got
Oh.
it. Can I read it? Yeah, I found it, Fedoc, and I'm going to read it again tomorrow. So Fedoc says, and this is in relation to what we were talking about yesterday, which was, here's a suggestion. Was this the one? Hugh Laurie as the doctor and a mustached Rowan Atkinson as the master. I think I did read that one last night, so it might have been another one. But I would absolutely love Hugh Laurie as. Oh wait, here's another one. A little something for our favorite third bearded horseman and Geekopolis. There it was the one from earlier. Okay, so I did miss this one. A little something for our favorite third bearded horseman of the Geekopolis I can't even say it. Geekpocalypse.
Geekpocalypse.
Very much been enjoying your streams, Gary. Thank you, the Fedoc. I appreciate it. And sorry I missed the super chat. And Doomcock, thank you for letting me read them.
Oh, absolutely. No problem.
$10, 10 Australian dollars, man. That's not cheap.
No, that is not cheap at all. You guys are the best. And Anu Aurora has donated a $5.49 Canadian super chat. Just because. Just because. Didn't say anything, just kicked it in. Thank you very, very much, Anu Aurora. That was very kind of you. Welcome to that. Man, you came in at the last minute. I hope that you've enjoyed the show. I also want to say about that if you guys haven't seen it, Rowan Atkinson did a Doctor Who where John Price was the master.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be a joke. It was supposed to be funny, but it was cool.
It was cool as hell. And Rowan Atkinson was brilliant as the doctor, by the way. And you know who wrote it?
No.
Stephen Moffat.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing about Stephen Moffat, dude. Stephen Moffat wrote some of the greatest episodes of Doctor Who of all time, but it was always under the authority of someone else. He had that restraint under Russell T Davies. He went ahead and wrote the Weeping Angels, right?
Yep.
And a lot of these other good ones. And so if he wrote that was brilliant. It was so funny. It was so cool, and it was executed with such style, man. Damn, I was enthralled.
Yep. He was brilliant under, and even, well, we talked about it last night that something happened. Either he went to his head or he got yelled at, or the BBC mandated stuff, which I think is what happened. So sucks.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So blame the BBC?
Yes. I've been doing a lot of research into them, and people send me a lot of stuff, and it takes a long time to go over, but I think I might have found the mandate. If I do, believe me, you guys will be the first to know.
Oh man. God, that would be great, dude. That would be a great scoop. Logan Michael has sent me a super chat. I can't really say. It's a $2.99 super chat. Thank you, Logan Michael. And he says, "Pops are blank. Spread the word." I don't want to be swarmed by SJW zombies, Logan Michael. But what are pops?
Pop vinyls, the little the toys. With the little cutesy toys that
you mean the ones with the big eyes? And
I sold a ton of them at the comic store, but I thoroughly dislike them. So
they do suck.
Yeah, they suck.
They really do. They're not terribly good. The Dark Son of Krypton 23 says pops part of the problem. Okay.
Yep.
Tito Jorge says, "Love these ExoZone live casts. My favorite content on YouTube." Damn, we're getting that a lot, man.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Jesus.
We'll keep it going.
Anu Aurora with a Canadian super chat of $2.79. Thank you, Anu Aurora again says, I'm so sad about Star Trek Discovery. Please stop it. I am absolutely doing my very, very best to to make it, to shame them out of existence. I don't have the power to actually drive them from the airwaves, but I am doing absolutely my 100% best to mock them so relentlessly that they can't stand it. And I am told reliably that that Alex Kurtzman hates my guts.
Oh,
I
that's
must be doing
brilliant.
something right.
That is like something you can put, I would put that on a plaque over your office. Alex Kurtzman hates my guts. Job well done. That is a job well done.
Yes, I want to get like a mug with Alex Kurtzman's face on it, and on the other side it says "World's Worst Doomcock." That would be great. We'll
It's-
drink out of that.
It's
every
weird
day.
to know that they watch the videos.
I know.
It's weird, but I know they watch your videos. I've heard that from more than one person. So,
Oh, really?
oh yeah,
You've heard it yourself.
I have.
I was told at one point that the board watched my my video and really enjoyed one part where I made a joke about Les Moonves.
Oh, really? I bet you they loved it.
Yeah, they actually like that part. So they hate me mostly, but every once in a while I get a laugh out of it. So it makes-
That's good. You're getting
Yeah.
through.
Oh man. You guys are the best. All right. 438 thumbs up. Thank you guys so
Nice.
much. I hope you have had a blast. I have had a blast. We may do it again later in the week. We'll talk about it. But again, from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock, which is Overlord DVD. That's my channel. And I have a Patreon, patreon.com/Doomcock. And I also have a new subscribestar.com site, subscribestar.com/Doomcock as well, for those who don't like Patreon. So there we go, guys. That's out there. I've also got a store, Zazzle.com/DVD Shoporama. And on that note, I hope everyone will go to sleep. Don't get abducted tonight. Don't go out in the parks. Don't pitch your tent next to bodies of water in the national. Let me just say that. And from all of us here at the center of the earth, have a good evening and stay angry. Good night, you guys. Say good night, Gary.
Good night.
Bye-bye.